order this regular meeting of the Lancaster County Planning Commission of January 25th, 2023. A printed agenda is available outside the hearing room, and a copy of the full agenda, including the staff reports, is available online or at the Planning Department, room 213. The Open Meetings Act is posted just inside the doors at the back of the room. If you parked in the parking lot across the street to the north, the gate is open and no parking coupons are needed. Out of courtesy for those attending this meeting, commissioners, and the staff, cell phones may not be used in the chamber during any portion of this meeting. We appreciate your cooperation. The Planning Commission action today is final on the following item: 1.2A, Special Permit 22045. Any aggrieved person may appeal final action of the Planning Commission to the City Council or the County Board by filing a notice of appeal with the clerk within 14 days following the action of the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission action on all other items is a recommendation to the City Council or County Board. The first item of business is the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting held January 11th, 2023.
So moved, Campbell.
Second, Joy.
Shelley?
Campbell.
Yes.
Core.
Yes.
Edens.
Abstain.
Joy.
Yes.
Rodenberg.
Yes.
Ryman Yost.
Yes.
Edgerton.
Yes.
Minutes approved 6-0.
The next item of business is the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda will be called at the same time and will not be scheduled for a separate public hearing unless there is a request from someone wishing to speak or at the request of a commission member. I will ask Shelley to read all the consent agenda items into the record. Once those items are read, she will ask if there is anyone wishing to speak. If you wish to speak on an item that's on the consent agenda, we would ask that you stand and state that item. That item will then be removed from the consent agenda and scheduled as a separate public hearing under Section 3 of today's agenda. All items remaining on the consent agenda will be voted upon in total with a motion for approval. Shelley, will you please call the items on the consent agenda?
First item on the consent agenda is item 1.1, change of zone 22039 from R2 Residential District and I1 Industrial District to H3 Highway Commercial District, PUD Plan Unit Development on property generally located at 1100 Southwest 6th Street. Also to review an amendment to the boundaries of the conservation easement lying within a portion of the same property for conformance with the comprehensive plan. Next item, 1.2A, special permit 22045 to allow the Haley Corners CUP for up to 6 dwelling units with associated waivers to setback requirements, minimum lot area requirements, and stormwater detention on property generally located at 26th and U Street. The Planning Commission action is final unless appealed to the Lincoln City Council. This item is associated with item 1.2B, Street and Alley Vacation 22008, to vacate the south 15 feet of U Street right-of-way between 25th and 26th Streets, also on property generally located at 26th and U Streets. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on these items?
No.
Are there any ex parte communications that took place or additional information you learned while visiting these sites to be disclosed?
No.
If there is anyone here wishing to speak on these consent agenda items, please stand and state that item.
Is there anyone here that would like to speak on any of the items on the consent agenda? I don't see anyone.
I would move to approve the consent agenda.
Second, Joy.
Shelley?
Campbell.
Yes.
Core.
Yes.
Edens.
Yes.
Joy.
Yes.
Rodenberg.
Yes.
Ryman Yost.
Yes.
Edgerton.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. There are no requests for deferral, so we will now proceed to public hearing. Prior to staff making a brief presentation, each staff person should state their name, agency, and address. The applicant will then be requested to present his or her testimony, followed by those who wish to testify in support, followed by those who wish to testify in opposition. The staff will then be given an opportunity to respond to the testimony, and then the applicant shall have an opportunity for rebuttal. Each person testifying should state their name and address and shall have 5 minutes to speak unless additional time is requested and granted. The timer will go off after 4 minutes. The clerk will then indicate you have 1 minute remaining to wrap up your testimony. Once the final minute has lapsed, the clerk will indicate that your time is up. If during your testimony you have copies of documents or materials you would like distributed to the Planning Commission members and/or included as part of the record, please provide them to the clerk. The Planning Commission will vote immediately at the close of the public hearing unless the Commission votes to defer action or continue the public hearing. Shelley, please call the first public hearing item.
Item 4.1, miscellaneous 22014, to allow for reasonable accommodation under the Fair Housing Act and Section 1.28 of the Lincoln Municipal Code to the zoning code definition of family to allow up to 12 unrelated persons to reside together as a family on property generally located at 2648 Washington Street. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on this application?
No.
Are there any ex parte communications that took place or additional information you learned while visiting any of this site to be disclosed?
No. Steve?
Steve Hendrickson with the Planning Department, 555 South 10th Street. Have up here on the viewer the location specifically. This is at 2648 Washington Street, which is on the northwest corner of 27th and Washington Street. The specific request is for a reasonable accommodation. The applicant is MAK Development. They are functioning as Michael's House. Their specific request is to allow up to 12 persons with disabilities to live in the house under the definition of a single family. In the City of Lincoln zoning ordinance, a single family is 3 unrelated persons, and so they're requesting to allow up to 12 unrelated persons who meet the definition of having a disability, because they are in the sober living facility because they have an addiction to either drugs or alcohol. The house in question, according to the assessor's site, has approximately 2,100 square feet on the first and second floor, an additional 300 square feet on the third floor, and 1,370 square feet in the basement. The assessor lists it as a 4-bedroom house with 2 bathrooms. There is a garage in the rear yard with the driveway off of 27th Street, but functionally I think the garage and the parking is probably not usable or is little used, just because of the ability to use the parking. You would have to back out onto South 27th Street with a very poor distance as you were trying to back out, and busy traffic on 27th Street. So it does meet the requirements for a building permit for parking, but we would note that in actual use it is probably not usable on most occasions for a parking space. The property was purchased in June of 2022. In August of 2022, the City of Lincoln sent them a letter for violating the zoning ordinance because they had more than 3 unrelated persons living in the site. It appears sometime in July that the house started functioning under its current use. This is the 4th application we've had in the last year for a reasonable accommodation. These applications were previously before you in the summer of last year, and at this point I'll turn it over to Abby Luttrell with the City Attorney's Office. Even though you have a lot of experience with that review and the role of the Planning Commission, we thought it was useful for Abby to go over that again for the Planning Commission, but also for members of the public as to what is the Planning Commission's role and what is the reasonable accommodation process, because it is something that we haven't had a lot of applications for.
Good afternoon, Abby Luttrell, Assistant City Attorney, 555 South 10th Street. As Steve mentioned, we've been here before, but I thought I'd just briefly kind of go over, and maybe for the benefit of the audience too. In an application like this, Planning Commission is advising the City Council, and so your role here is to kind of gather information and make a recommendation to the City Council. I thought I'd just emphasize that because the information that's gathered here, both through public comment and documents that have been submitted, and the questions that you ask and the answers that you receive, all go into the record, which is really important in these cases, because that's what we're looking to is the record. What does the evidence say in favor and against, in this case right here today? this decision, whether to approve or recommend approval or not recommend approval, is primarily a civil rights matter, which is also kind of out of our wheelhouse. This touches on land use, but the law that we're looking at, the Fair Housing Act, is a civil rights law. So very different than what you usually see. That law requires an individualized case-by-case assessment, so just keep that in mind. Again, going back to the record, what do we know in this case? I know that we've had other cases from the same applicant too, which you may have personal knowledge of. I just encourage you, if you remember some of those facts or have questions about those, ask those and get that information into the record here. I would note that the staff report generally makes a recommendation. This one makes a recommendation, but the recommendation made here is based almost entirely on the applicant's application materials. And so when we're thinking about what evidence did the planning department have when they produced the staff report, it's just the applicant's information, which is just kind of how this process is set up. And so the public hearing today and the documents submitted in advance of the hearing are all things that you can consider and are not things that the planning department considered just by the nature of this process. Let's see. So just really briefly, the things that we're really looking for, there are several elements that are laid out in ordinance and are laid out in the staff report. But the big ones really are, is there a disability? It's very clear in case law that individuals recovering from drug and alcohol addiction are disabled under the Fair Housing Act. And the representations in the application letter here are that the residents of this home are in recovery from drug and alcohol addiction, but that's something that you can explore also. Is the accommodation necessary? Is it therapeutically necessary, financially necessary, or otherwise necessary to allow these individuals with disabilities to live in the dwelling of their choice? So that really goes to reasonableness and necessity. Even if those elements are met, would making this accommodation present an undue financial or administrative burden on the city? That is grounds to deny if it would be an administrative or financial burden on the city. When we're looking at that element, that really kind of defense, it's important that we think of the whole city. So what is the burden on city administrative offices, law enforcement, et cetera, if you're looking at the entire city and the entire financial resources of the city? Or is it a fundamental alteration of the zoning code? An example of that would be if the application was to put a hotel in a residential neighborhood. We would say, having a 30-room hotel in a residential neighborhood could be a fundamental alteration of the zoning code because it's not really a residential use, just as an example. With that, I'll take questions if you have any, and I'll be here the whole time too if questions come up.
Questions for Abby right now?
I have one. Is there a process, a legal assessment or a court order that designates whether someone is covered with the addiction, recovering addiction, or could I just say, hey, that's me, let me in?
So the courts have been very clear that being in recovery from addiction is a disability. These applications are made, the one here today is being made by an organization that provides services for people with disabilities. So the courts have said, if they're representing that this is what they do, and there's no evidence to the contrary that they're actually doing something different, then the city can accept that the organization is providing services to disabled people, as they say. There have also been decisions that say that where courts have said, city, yes, you can ask for more. You can ask for documentation for each of the residents in the house. The city has not so far, city council has not so far required that of the reasonable accommodation requests that have been granted. And there are just some unique circumstances in that we're a municipality, that we would, city council, I think, and you would want to think through. For example, most records that are taken in by the government are public records. And if we're asking for evidence of disability, that could include medical records, social history records that would then become part of the public record. So while we can do it, I don't think that there's been exploration of that so far.
Go ahead.
Second question. You mentioned financial impact on the city. Refresh us, if you will, that I think a similar, I don't know if the precedent is 1-to-1, but the city was taken into account on a previous group home case, and the city lost and was a financial burden to the city. Can you bring us up to date on that?
So, yes, the city has been involved in litigation on this issue before. It's in the 2005 to 2007, and Planning Commission recommended denial, City Council recommended denial. Those cases were about group homes for intellectually disabled folks, and the city lost at the federal district court and was ordered to pay damages to the tune of, I think, around $300,000 in 2008. So I don't know how that would play into, I mean, that would really be an action of the government that resulted in being found to have broken the law and had to pay damages to the applicant.
Other questions for Abby? Dick?
Anywhere in the Act, the Fair Housing Act, does it make any mention of somebody following a community's proper process to apply?
So the application process for the city is laid out in city code, and they have, up until this point, followed the application process. They have been cited for violating the zoning code because before that reasonable accommodation request is granted, or if they don't have an approved reasonable accommodation, they are in violation of the zoning code up until that point. So an approval of one application does not mean that another residence run by the same operator has that accommodation too. This is really a case-by-case, very individualized assessment.
Go ahead.
You stated that you don't ask for documentation that they have a disability prior. That's kind of up to the management. The management says they do. We take that at face value. Is there any, if they relapse, they no longer qualify for that reasonable accommodation, if I understand correctly, because they're no longer in remission. Is there anything that we can make the manager of that organization drug test at all? Are they doing that? Can they?
So I've brought one of the last resolutions granting a reasonable accommodation request, the resolution by City Council. And in the conditions there, they list a number of conditions, and you can look at this. It says the reasonable accommodation is conditioned upon a duty of the applicant to notify the planning director if the residence ceases to be used as a sober living home where at all times all residents are in recovery from alcohol or substance abuse. So there's an affirmative duty for the manager to inform the city if everyone there living in the home is not, doesn't fit that definition of disabled. Like all other zoning matters, the city responds on a complaint-based basis. I would also say, though, that granting the reasonable accommodation is not to infinity. This City Council, I believe, would have the legal authority to rescind any grant of a reasonable accommodation if they wished. And the evidence was presented to them that they should.
Other questions?
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
One of the pieces that you stated earlier was that, people have a right to the dwelling of their choice. is there an issue when it's not a choice? It's not a decision made of free will, but it's a regulation or requirement based on somebody else making the decision?
I don't know if I understand your question.
It's court mandated?
If it's a court mandated placement, or if it's a part of your role, is that a choice? And I don't know, I just didn't know what the definition of a dwelling of their choice was.
So the overall purpose of the Fair Housing Act is about equal opportunity, that all of us should have the opportunity to live wherever we want, and that disability should not be a hurdle to living where we want or maybe where we need. So I don't know if these residents this is not a transitional living home application, so I don't know if they are mandated to live there, but I think the applicant here would say that their model is designed so that people with disabilities live in neighborhoods.
Right.
Yeah.
Which I agree is a good thing. I just didn't know about that. That was one of the things that caught was the dwelling of their choice. And it's a question I can ask the applicant as well, but I just wanted to.
It's
have
an
a little
interesting
more.
question. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there anything on the application, or second question, is there a renewal application, or is it just once and done? Is there anything on the application that specifies the type of treatment, the management, the supervision, the rules of the house?
So, no, and it's important, I think, that we conceptualize this as what is the request. The request is that these individuals, 12 people, more than 3 unrelated individuals, are viewed in the eyes of the city of Lincoln as a family and have all of the rights that any other member of a family under the traditional definition of a family would have. And so the city would not have oversight of many families like the city government one. I suppose, Health and Human Services sometimes do, or the court system sometimes do, of families. But because of the request here, there isn't programming oversight. I will say that this request, which has been different than some other requests that we've got, the request specifically is for individuals with a disability and a house manager who also has a disability, which makes it somewhat different than some other applications that we've gotten, but that's how we've processed it because that's the request. So we would say that if that's not being observed, if the house manager is not present, then that doesn't conform to the accommodation approved.
Any other questions for Abby this time? Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Steve, you are finished with your presentation at this time? Okay. So at this time, we'll take testimony from the applicant.
I'd like to thank Steve and Abby. My name is Ryan Watson. Address is 2120 South 72nd Street with the law firm of Gross and Welch, Mark Sinclair in Omaha, Nebraska. And I'd like to thank the commission for providing us this opportunity. I am the attorney and I represent MAK Development in their application here. I think Abby did a very good job of kind of explaining to you and really pigeonholing what our request is, because unfortunately, the nature of this request can kind of dovetail into several other unrelated factors. And so I will, you've heard me make this pitch before, you've had me at your commission before, and I hope that our prior experience was a positive one. I won't really go into too much of the facts and specifics as to how the house is run, because going through this again, we have a little bit more members available, proponents for this that are involved with our program that can kind of explain those to you, I think, better than I would. and provide you a more genuine approach to how that's run. And my understanding is that there's been significantly more opposition in this request than we received in our last one. But I did kind of want to address those points. A lot of the opposition was very specific about certain incidences that were observed either by themselves or that they had heard from their neighbors that were concerning to them. Certain issues related to parking, certain issues related to behaviors that were witnessed. Unfortunately, I think those kind of concerns were misplaced in regards to this request, because ultimately what we have to ask ourselves with any of those concerns that were listed, can that also occur with the family? And I think the answer is yes, with any of those concerns that were listed in there, those can also occur with any kind of family. So what we're asking for here is to be treated as a family. Those concerns don't just go away because all of a sudden they're related by blood, okay? Those will still exist with any kind of large household. Issues related to parking, we've addressed before in the sense that most of our residents that come to us are not driving their own vehicle. Parking is a very conceptualized problem, but it has never really come to us to be a practical problem. You'll hear a lot of complaints that there simply isn't enough room to accommodate parking, but you haven't really heard specific complaints about numerous cars lining up in front of the house or being stalled there or parking on people's yards or anything like that. You haven't heard of any of those actual specific parking problems, just a lot of theorized problems. So to kind of give you some idea how this operation works and where you may have heard of similar operations are compared to Oxford House. Oxford House runs a similar program in the sense that they try to get these houses into neighborhoods to allow kind of a community approach to sober living. The difference that our model has versus an Oxford House is that we try to employ a form of supervision, a sense of authority there. It's not an overarching authority. We are not coming from a place of medical treatment, and we are not empowered by law to host any kind of secured facility or force these people into their rooms at any given night. This is, to keep in mind, this is a contractual arrangement between consenting parties. Consenting parties who both need this service and a consenting party, Mac Development, who wants to provide this service. And that is really what governs this. And it's important to kind of understand that this is ultimately somewhat of an experiment in letting private enterprise have some say into how this is conducted and controlled. I don't think it's really any big secret that one of our larger clients, one of our largest sources of clients and referrals is the parole and probation system. But it's important to understand that as just like any kind of business arrangement or contractual arrangement would make, the way we provide those services and the way we provide those accommodations is ultimately what gets us our referrals. And if we don't do our job and we don't host a space for them that is appropriate, fitting, and sound for the purposes for which they are sent there, we will simply not get those referrals. And we've noticed in time again, and our company has worked closely with probation and parole. Oftentimes, before we get any complaints from any kind of neighbors or anything about any of that behavior, we'll get concerns that are addressed through the referral sources, through probation and parole, through those officers that make those recommendations. We'll be honest, the most common one is somebody who's complained that the toilet was clogged. That's it. And sometimes that will go through the chain of a probation officer will come down and say, hey, they'll say, hey, guys, is this a concern anymore? Has this been addressed? Yes, it's been addressed, because they want to make sure that they are not referring people into an inappropriate place, into a place that cannot accommodate them and cannot function to serve the purpose for which they were referred there, which is sober living. So I think it's really kind of important to understand that there may be this want or desire to regulate this further or to kind of put a microscope underneath what's going on. But this experiment in America of capitalism and private enterprise has shown us time and again that oftentimes those rules of just acting properly will help govern this as I think what is ultimately wanted. There were numerous, and I would just highlight some of the complaints that were submitted. I'm not exactly sure what everybody in opposition may say, but there were certain incidents that really kind of stuck out to me. There was one incident, I think somebody had said that they had observed some passerby throw a baggie next to a tree. And a resident from our house came out and picked that baggie up. And the suspicion was that there were drugs in there. It very may have well have been. We certainly cannot provide 24/7, 365, eyes on every individual all the time. We're not handcuffed to them. We have no desire to be. But what was noted out of that is that member of the house was subsequently evicted shortly thereafter for using drugs. I think that is, and that's something that you may not even get from a family. If a family member if a father catches his son using drugs in the house, is he going to kick him out on the street right away? Some might, certainly. Will every one of them? I don't think we can say that, and I don't think that would be a fair assessment. And so when we kind of look at these comparisons that are being made, what we have to ask ourselves, are these problems or these concerns that are being presented in opposition, are they any different than what would happen with a family? Any different than a family with 4 teenage boys all learning how to drive, having parking problems? Is there any difference with someone maybe being dropped off at an unannounced time and nobody's home? I've experienced growing up having to be dropped off from basketball practice early and mom's not back from the grocery store yet. Things like that happen. These one-off incidents do happen. But I think the important part is there supervision in place? Has that supervision addressed those concerns? And again, are we talking about any issues that are really different from a family? We will admit that this experiment is not perfect, but we cannot let perfection be the enemy of good. My child would have been kicked out of school if he didn't get 100% on all his tests. We have to somewhat accept that there are going to be some errors along the way. But how those errors ultimately affect the community, I think we have to take a much greater bird's eye view is, are these people also entitled to a beautiful and diverse neighborhood? Yes. Are these people also entitled to live in a neighborhood that is filled with beautiful trees? Yes. Are these people also entitled to a neighborhood that is both close to the downtown area and accessible, but also far enough away to have its own sense of community? Yes, yes they are. So going with that, I think Ms. Luttrell actually did a great job of explaining the legal framework that accompanies this. And while that is a little bit more of what I've been hired to do here, I'm focusing on kind of the approach of, if we look at the distinction of what is being asked here under the code, is this any different? Are these problems any different than what a family would provide? And so with that, I'll close. Thank you very much for your time.
Questions for the applicant?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. We'll
Oh.
start this one. We'll just go this way. Go ahead, Dick.
It's my understanding that you purchased the house in March, I believe it said, or May.
I believe it was early in the spring. It was later in the spring, is my understanding, yes.
And started moving occupants in August. With Lincoln's zoning requirements, why did you not apply for this before starting to move people in?
Well, some of that is just the framework of how the interplay of federal law and municipalities work. Okay? Federal law is the overarching governing law here that says that these have to be put in place. What we require, ultimately, before we can kind of address this, is the city to say, hey, no, you can't do that. We need the city to tell us no first. Because if the city never tells us no, we never have this problem. And so it's up for the city to kind of put forth a law that we do not believe is fair and to try to enforce that law before we can take an exception to it.
But sir, there was that law. There was the regulation that required that if there are more than 3 unrelated people living in the same place, that then you would have to go under the FHA and ask for a reasonable accommodation, and that was not done until now. I think that's the point.
That's my question.
And,
Well,
we know that you should have known about it because you've been before us before, so it's not like you didn't know about that law.
And
Well, because
federal
it's-
law also states that if the city has a reasonable accommodation form, that you're required to follow it. That's in federal law.
Well, we're required to do that before we can proceed with any action under federal law. But the important thing here is that, as Ms. Luttrell kind of explained, these are all very fact-specific concerns. And so in order for us to really have any facts to put forth in any kind of case, we need to have them in and operate first to develop those facts. We need to show that we can run this program. We need to show that we need to have individuals that suffer this disability first.
But doesn't your other previous facilities demonstrate that?
They do, but again, we have to apply for each specific home. We can't simply take one project and just presume it's going to work at the next one.
But you don't apply. You wait until you're in violation and then you apply. Is there any reason why you can't precede that based on your history of starting a house, filling it up, and then getting notice from the city that you're in violation and then coming before us?
Well, if we don't have disabled persons in there, we can't make the request on their behalf for that location.
Moving on with other questions. Yep. Tracy?
Well, I have questions, but I'm not really sure. Are you, I guess they're more on the day-to-day operations, and I'm not sure that is there anyone else in your application team going to come up and speak as part of your applicant presentation?
Certainly. Today we have both here. We have the owner of the operation, Michael Corrado, who spoke with you before. We have a house manager and we have a case manager as well who would speak as proponents.
Well, are they speaking in favor of it, or are they speaking as the applicant?
They would gladly speak on behalf of the applicant.
Okay, well, I think that's usually done as part of the whole package.
So you have an on-site manager.
Yes.
At all times? I'm assuming that they live there as part of the...
That's correct. And just to kind of clarify, out of the staff report that was provided, there are currently 6 bedrooms in the home. There are actually 5 bedrooms upstairs. There's 1 bedroom on the main floor. The main floor bedroom is occupied by the staff resident. And then the 5 units upstairs are occupied by the clients.
Okay, so I'm going to skip to a different line since you mentioned the bedrooms. In your letter, it states that each resident is going to have their own bedroom. So if there's 5 bedrooms, did you say 5 or 6?
5.
Okay. So then why are you asking for approval up to 12 residents?
Because that is ultimately what can be accommodated for the house. And so in order to just have the maximum function of the home available.
Okay. So I want to go back to the manager thing. If you have problems keeping an on-site manager, what are your processes or your procedures in place?
And to address that, there was one particular time where the house manager that was initially assigned to this house had left. And it took approximately one and a half, 2 days, I think it was within a matter of 36 to 48 hours, that we had another house manager in there. That was kind of a first-time situation for us, but our policy for that is to get a house manager in there as quickly as possible. And to the extent that if that has to be done through an ownership capacity, that will be done. But that was, to say that we have a specific policy of doing that, we can't functionally have house managers on call necessarily that are just sitting around for months on end waiting for the opportunity to jump in place. But we have to address that from a administrative and staffing standpoint as quickly as possible. And to the situation where that did happen with us, I think the way that we had addressed that was certainly...
How does one become a house manager?
They would simply have to apply. There are things that we are looking for in house managers, and one that is obviously a familiarity with a sober living house. most of our house managers have experience either in our sober living home or in another sober living home. Most of our house managers have experienced addiction themselves before, are either very far advanced in recovery or have worked with others in recovery before.
It could potentially be, someone that's already living there and then they're promoted, for lack of a better term, into the house manager.
I guess potentially yes, but I think as a matter of staffing, that's usually avoided from a sense of you don't necessarily want to take someone who, put them in a supervisory level when they were commingled with someone who was not on that level, just as a matter of respect. I think if that was to occur, it would be a matter of working them into a different home.
So it's your position that since this opened last July or August, there's been a very short period of time in which there wasn't an on-site manager. Is that correct?
Because
like a couple of days.
And I would assert I don't even believe it was 2.
Okay.
But because we're aware that was a concern and mentioned in opposition sources that were provided, but that was, and you'll notice it's really kind of reference to one very specific time frame. And I understand that the opposition to this is coordinated. They've been working together, and I certainly respect where they're coming from in that regard. But a lot of what I think we will hear in opposition is kind of an echo chamber of the same incidents over and over and over, which I think really kind of tell us that these are ultimately one-off incidents.
Other questions for the applicant?
What's the average length of stay? Or do they have, I think I'm remembering correctly that they don't have like a limit. They can stay as long as they want.
They can. We usually encourage people to start moving out within 9 months to 12 months. With this particular house, we haven't put the data together to look at averages yet, but I know at the other houses that we've run, that's typically 9 to 12 months. 9 months is where it's really kind of, okay, it's suggested to really start laying the groundwork of moving along. And then if it's not done by 12, there's kind of a really frank conversation of, why do you want to continue to be in this contractual arrangement? What's preventing you from getting out of it? Because I think if we look at the private nature of this contract between the clients and MAK Development, it's not something that I think anybody from this board would want to contract themselves into. I don't think anybody on the Planning Commission has any desire to live there. Ultimately, the desire to live there is because of the circumstances that they're currently going through. And we would expect those circumstances to kind of start to alleviate themselves after 9 to 12 months. And if they haven't, we have to have a frank discussion of what's kind of getting in the way of those circumstances from being alleviated.
Other questions?
I think the Rogers House, and maybe you have a policy that the residents must have a job. Is that part of your program?
After a certain span of time, there's going to be some expectation that they are. So to answer your question, no, there's not a hard policy that they have to have a job, but having the job is part of the progress that they're making to getting out of the house, and so we are working with them to get that. That job may consist. A better way to put it is that we would expect them to occupy themselves and to fulfill their time. Because when they arrive to us, they're usually unemployed. They usually have a desire to want to be employed. They have to afford their accommodations as well. So in that sense, do we have a hard expectation that they have a job? Is it an absolute requirement? No. It is something that we certainly work with them. And over the course of time, it becomes part of the expectation of what are you doing? What are you doing to get yourself out of here? And is this an appropriate place for you to stay?
And do you have one strike and you're out policy, and who enforces that? Is it the other residences or the supervisor?
That makes us a little different from the Oxford House. Typically the Oxford House will have they will be enforced by the other residents of the house. That's not how this is done. The house manager will do the enforcement. The house manager will ultimately evict them. But there is drug testing done. And if they do drug test hot, it's reported to their parole and probation officer and subsequently dealt with from there. If there is any concern that they're continuing to use or using in the home, absolutely, they're evicted.
So just because they have a positive drug test doesn't mean that they're kicked out?
Not immediately, because ultimately a positive drug test, depending on what's tested, it can vary as far as what was used, when it was used, and where it was used. So we aren't making the immediate assumption that it was always used in the house. But ultimately that's being worked with, it's being reported as part of a violation.
But if they test positive, they are no longer disabled and no longer qualify for reasonable accommodation, whether it's used in the house or 2 hours away.
Well, my understanding is that the Department of Justice's review of the FHA in that would say that active use does not count as a disability,
Right.
Right.
right? But when does recovery start from that again? I understand that that is a very, very, very tricky question. But from our perspective, if we're looking at sober living, we understand that relapse may be part of recovery. But ultimately, what we are doing is we're kind of deferring that to probation and parole. And if that turns out to be a larger problem, then it's dealt with in that manner. But in that sense, we don't, if they're willing to commit to their sobriety going forward, we deal with that on a case-by-case basis. I can't say that every situation is treated the same.
Yeah, this is a separate question from that one. I did also have a question about that everyone has their own room. There's 5 bedrooms and 12 people, but you said that's because your goal is to move beyond what you put in the letter of application, so I understand that. But these violations and lists of deficiencies, have those been addressed? If the first letter came in August and by November, end of November, there were still concerns? Were the smoke alarms, the water heater, light fixtures, the breakers in the bathrooms, were those addressed?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, you would have seen those. I mean, otherwise, that would still be an issue that would be seeking accommodation for here today. I mean, the accommodation that we're asking for to simply be treated the same as a family would won't alleviate us from any building codes or other applicable zoning codes that may apply.
Okay,
We're
well,
not.
you guys had submitted those, but then I hadn't seen where they had been addressed, and so I just wanted to know if they had in fact been addressed. Because I do agree that people should live in
Safe.
wonderful neighborhoods, but they should also live in safe homes and not living for a couple of months without having their breakers taken care of or addressed. So, okay, thank you.
Other questions?
I want to continue on the housing situation. One of the letters referred to only one of the toilets working or the bathrooms functional. Has that been addressed?
Yes, and I believe there was, again, that was kind of the echo chamber of opposition a little bit. And my understanding was that the prior owner of the home had submitted a letter in opposition, kind of detailing what the condition of the home was when she had sold it, was only 4 bedrooms, 1 bathroom. I can tell you, and the staff report will certainly confirm that, there are 2 working bathrooms. There's a bathroom on the upstairs floor where the 5 bedrooms remain, and there's a bathroom in the basement, which has been converted to kind of a rec room area for the rest of the house. Those both work. With, I mean, the exception that any family would suffer as well. There's some plumbing problems here and there, but those get addressed on a daily basis. But so yes, those are certainly working, and no issue with those.
Okay, and just to go through so I have in my mind, there's the attic, which has no heating or air conditioning, and nobody's living up there, right?
Not to my understanding, no.
Okay, so the first or second floor then is where the quote-unquote 5 bedrooms are,
Correct.
and has the 1 bathroom on that floor.
Correct.
And there's only 1 window air conditioner in one of the rooms.
We will use as many window air conditioners as is needed to accommodate the temperature in there. It's correct in the sense that there's no central air conditioning that goes up to that second floor. But ultimately, again, that's kind of one of those issues. We were a little flummoxed when we'd seen the opposition in that regards, because we can certainly address that as it may become a problem. But then the other issue is, and again, this kind of goes back to the private enterprise nature of this. If this house is not comfortable to live in, nobody's going to want to live in it. It's not as if, though, this is an island of last resort for misfits out there. There are actually plenty of other similar accommodations and in competition that exist, and alternatives for people to go to. So in that sense, just like any kind of private enterprise, we have to be accommodating to our clients for the sheer fact that we want them to come do business with us. We want to be in an accommodating atmosphere. We're not trying to house a bunch of people into a sweaty building and force them to suffer through it. It simply wouldn't make sense to try to provide a sober living environment and force them into those stressful situations.
So with 5 bedrooms, how would you accommodate 12 individuals then?
You would likely, ideally, have 2 to a bedroom.
So that'd give you 10.
Mm-hmm.
And then you
Well,
got the
10
house manager.
and then a house manager, correct.
That's 11.
Mhm.
So where do you put the 12th one?
Well, the 12th one, that was largely due to the accommodation of the size of the building will accommodate up to 12. And so in the sense that maybe we're able to repurpose another room, certain residents are agreeing to fit 3 in a room. Maybe that is an appropriate accommodation for the time. So that's why that request was made, because that's the square footage of the home is ultimately what dictates the number of occupants. We're just trying to maximize the use of our space.
And is there a fire escape from the second floor?
I do not believe so, but I believe all the fire code requirements have been met.
It's not required.
Okay.
Other questions? Thank you.
Now, if you would like, I believe Julie will be speaking on behalf of the applicant as well.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Michael Corrado, Corrado. Address is 6607 Maple Street. That's in Omaha, Nebraska. I'm the owner, president of the Michael House. Happy to answer any questions you have. I'd like to answer some of the things that you guys have already brought up. But as you know, I came before you guys last summer about 2 houses that were approved, and I believe since you've approved those houses, there hasn't been any incidents at those 2 houses. So that's been going well. Just to remind you guys, we provide, so it's a fully furnished house, so with toiletries, laundry supplies, food, pantry, sheets, blankets, all utilities, Wi-Fi, television, computer, phone, all the things that you need to come. So when a resident comes to us, they essentially, all they need is the clothing on their back, and they show up and we're ready for them. They have a bed, they have sheets, they're ready to go. Now, if they don't have clothing, we also refer our residents to other organizations in town. So, the whole idea is to provide wraparound services for our residents, so anything that they possibly could need that they would have. That includes employment services. So one thing that Ryan said that about not requiring our clients to have employment, we do require that as a condition of being a resident. I would say in exception to any individual who has a disability, which we do have, a physical disability or a mental disability, which we do have that from time to time. But those individuals, a lot of times when they come to us, they do not have any type of income. So we help get them Social Security income. We help get them food stamps, which is SNAP cards. We help get them driver's license birth certificates to obtain those things. So really, when they come to us, most of them come with almost nothing, and within the first week or 2 weeks, we help get them that income that they're entitled to and those benefits that they're entitled to. So let's see. So I would say out of currently, we're at 90% employed of all of our clients. That goes for all 11 houses that we have in the state of Nebraska. That includes this property. And I would say that occurs within the latest about 3 weeks of being a resident. The biggest, it would be sooner, but it's because they come to us with no driver's license or social security cards, birth certificates, those kind of things. So we have to get them to services to get those. Let's see. So you mentioned, I'll just kind of hit some points that you guys brought up. So we have a zero tolerance policy towards any drug or alcohol use. Zero tolerance. Okay. So if there's any suspicions, someone acting a little funny, they're late to curfew, not showing up to work, not waking up at the time that they should be waking up, they're drug tested. Our house managers have drug test kits. And then we also have 3 full-time employed salaried employees, 2 of which are here, who monitor our residents to make sure they're doing the things they're supposed to be doing. So they'll also perform those same tests. So if anybody who does fail a test, they are actually removed. We send them to a detox, which unfortunately in Lincoln, there isn't one, unfortunately. Something that needs to be done, but what we do though is we'll send them to Bryan Hospital to where they will be cleared from any substance that's in their system. And then from that time, we re-interview them, re-screen them, and just like we do before they come to us, is do you have a commitment to being sober? Do you have a commitment to being employed? Do you have a commitment to be following the house rules and do the things that you're supposed to do? None of our clients, none of our residents are freeloaders. None of them are lazy. They're not moping about. That's the complete opposite of what we're trying to do. So let's see. Okay, live-in manager. So you guys asked about that. So our live-in manager, I would say 9 times out of 10, and especially at this property, they are not a client of ours. They may be a client from another house. And the reason is because, well, that house has only been in existence since August, so they haven't been in recovery long enough. But I would say 95% of the time, the house manager is a person who is recovering from substance use. We screen for 1 year of any type of use or any interaction with any kind of authorities. So they have to be 1 year clean and 1 year from any interaction with authorities. We screen those individuals, and it's actually something that they use as part of their recovery. They are a mentor to our other residents. They help assist them with services or hardships or stresses that they might have. Now, these individuals, they're not individuals that are just laying on the couch all day playing video games. No, they're employed. And they show an example to the other residents of, hey, showing up to work on time, having employment, and being a responsible member of the community. So we do, in Omaha, we've had clients, because we've been in existence in there for 4 years, but we have had clients who became managers at a later point, but not in Lincoln. So our houses are very structured. We do have house rules. Not to knock any other organizations out there. Every organization has its place and its use and its purpose. And we're unique with what we do. Not every person who applies is approved. You have to go through an application process. So it's too extensive for me to list the rules, but some important rules is we do have, it's employment is required, or seeking employment. curfew, zero tolerance for drug use, alcohol use, following our house rules. So it's being respectful to other residents, neighbors, those kind of things. I sent a letter to, if you guys remember, the last time I was here, an idea that you guys proposed was for me to send a letter to all the neighbors. So I did do that, and I listed all of these things. I can provide a copy to you if you would like. But some of the things I told the neighbors in this letter from previous experiences, you know, we do not park in neighbors' driveways, block boxes, abide by all traffic laws, designate smoking is in the rear of the house, not in the front, be respectful to neighbors, not being loud, honking of horns, cursing. There was an issue where we didn't have a lawn service for a week. We didn't know that, you know, so then we hired a lawn service, but to keep garbage cans from the curb and no littering and just overall be a good neighbor. So we shared that, and I listed all three of our case managers' phone numbers on here that they can call anytime, and our office phone number as long as our website and and our email address and our office address. Regarding building codes, so we did have a building inspector come. I believe it was a neighbor complaint that initiated that, and the building inspector was very nice. He listed 4 or 5 items. All the items were very minor. Half of the items were waived because they weren't required after he cited them, which was the water heater, circuit breakers. What we did have to do was one or 2 smoke detectors. We had to screw an outlet just a little bit tighter to the wall, and then there was one light fixture that was just a little bit loose. That was the extent of it. It wasn't fire extinguishers, it wasn't fire escapes, it wasn't egress windows, it wasn't anything major like that. They were all very minor or fixed within, you know, a 6-hour day. And speaking of that, we do have a full-time handyman that we employ full-time that handles all of those type of things. It was brought up about air conditioners. We have 2 residents with us today that can speak towards that, but we have 2 window air conditioners upstairs. You know, you might ask, well, why isn't there one in each bedroom? It just doesn't warrant it. It's not hot enough. It's fine, and they can attest to that. The thing I want you guys to understand is everyone there is volunteer. They live there voluntarily. They're not required. They're not forced. We don't force them. If they don't want to live there, you know what? I don't want you there. I want everybody there that wants to be there. And if they don't want to be there, we might ask, like, well, where are you going to go? You know, well, I want to go live with my mom. I want to go live with my brother or my best friend or another resident. We're going to go rent a place together. Well, that's great. But if the answer is, I'm going to go I'm going to do this, well, that's when we intervene and try and help them out. So nobody's required. You know, everybody is willing to live there. So if someone was uncomfortable in any way, they would just leave. You know, you probably heard like how much we charge for rent. They can easily use that rent money to go somewhere else, but there's a reason why they come to us. They're not forced to. They apply to live with us. They're encouraged to move somewhere else. So, you know, I find that, you know, I guess I just really want to point that out. Let's see. So about our homes being safe. So we've been around since, you know, in this house since August. You know, we've had those other houses for a couple years, and we've really had almost 0 incidents in terms of illegal activity. Everything that we've encountered on our own and addressed and met with, you know, their officers that they might have and done our own disciplinary practices. So I think we are doing a great service to the community by the amount of supervision. So that's what I want to say, is that that's how we're different from the Oxford House. You know, the Oxford House is, and nothing against them, many of our residents go over to the Oxford House from us, which is fine. They're less structured. So if If you need less structure, that's a good place to go. But if you want more structure, you come to us. If you want even more structure, then you go somewhere else. A locked facility. But as you know, it's very cost prohibitive for our residents. So, let's see. Okay, so what else? I'd like Julie to talk about how we screen our applicants. She's a case manager. Also, I believe you mentioned that how do you know if someone is in recovery? How do you know someone is a substance, abuses substances? So all of our clients, they're actually required to go 3 days a week to go to AA meetings a week, whether it's via Zoom or in person. And sometimes we have AA meetings at our houses. I don't know many residents that would want to live at our house that would want to be required to do 3 AA meetings a week and live somewhere. Now, is it a requirement for them to be recovering and to live in our house? Yes, absolutely. But as you probably know, they're protected under HIPAA from actually divulging that information. But we do research that, we investigate it. If we feel like they're not someone that fits in that category, we will not accept them. Let's see, we talked about curfew. So curfew, even though we're not required to do curfew, and again, a lot of these things we're not required to do. We're not required. We choose to do it because we think that this is the best model for what we do. So curfew is 10:30 Monday through Friday, Sunday night through Friday night. If they want to go on a trip or not be at our house on the weekends, they have to make a request because we'd like to know where they're at and what they're doing. It's best for all the other residents. And then the first, up until they get employment, which, like I said, 2 to 3 weeks, their curfew's at 5:30 p.m. So if they're not actively seeking employment or not working, they have to be home. And when they're out and about, they should be looking for employment or getting services. Drug tests. So I hit on that. We, as you know, might know, Oxford is self-governed, right? So they police themselves. So if you have a bad team and everybody's using, nobody will ever know, right? Again, nothing against Oxford, great organizations, but bad things can happen, right? So I didn't like that rule. That's one of the reasons why I decided to have my own organization. So that's why we have case managers, and we have multiple of them. That's why we have a house manager. We have layers of protection, and that's why we also have cameras, security cameras at the house, where we can see when people are coming in and out of the house, if people are acting a little goofy. So yeah, we drug test, I would say, at least every 2 weeks, if not every week. We talked about recovery. Okay, and then you mentioned about the number of bedrooms. So, yep, there's 5 bedrooms upstairs, 1 bedroom on the main level. So, as you're probably aware, certain bedrooms are larger bedrooms, master bedrooms. So we don't necessarily say, hey, 2 people can sleep in this room, or 1 person can sleep in this room, 3 people can sleep in this room. We don't necessarily do that because we've done that. And what happens is when you're not looking, the guys will say, hey, this is my buddy, I'm gonna go sleep in the same room, I wanna be bunkmates with this guy. So we don't really over police that, but yes, 6 bedrooms, 6 times 2 is 12 individuals. One room might have 3, 1 room might have 4, and it might vary from 1 month to the next. It's really about, being comfortable, and, if guys are getting along, hey, why not? It's no different than, like 3 kids sharing a room or 4 kids sharing a room. It's, we're ultimately a family. So I guess that's all I had. I just want to hit all those points. If you guys have any questions.
There was one comment that came to us that you employ a lot of them with your construction company.
No, never, ever that's ever happened. My construction company is a separate LLC. It's called Corrado Construction. And Corrado Construction is actually very specialized. It's a masonry company. So we do brick, block, and stone, which is a very highly skilled profession. Not to say that the residents can't do that work, but you have to have 5 years experience doing that kind of work. And I've never, ever hired one ever to do that.
And if a person is unemployed, how do they cover their $700 a month?
So that's a great question. So what we do is we have a personal policy, and I don't like to disclose that for, but essentially we let clients, residents, we give them a forbearance, and I don't like to publicly say that out because then it'll get abused. But we let them come to us without any rent payment at all, and then they'll build up a debt, and then we make a payment plan to pay that back. And that is part of being a productive person in society. Is, hey, you're gonna accumulate debts. But you have to pay them back, and you make a plan. And that's what our case managers do, is help them make plans financially. You'd be surprised how financially illiterate a lot of these individuals can be, but as they go through, it seems like a huge chunk to bite off for them, but we help show them small bites at a time to reduce stress.
And as the owner of the company, and having been before us before, you understand the Lincoln ordinances as they're written. Why not apply before you move anybody in?
Yeah, that's a good question. So if you remember, the time when you last saw me was the exact time I was purchasing that property. So at the time, we weren't fully educated on the process, and we're not quite sure on if even what we were doing at that time was the right process, because we could have went down that road and then been told that's not the right road to go on, so you have to go on a different road. So soon as everything was completed, then we went and did the application again, and it was from that complaint. But what I can say is, from what I do know, is that FHA protects individuals with disabilities. These individuals are protected, and from what I understood and still understand to this day, is that the current law is unlawful that the city of Lincoln has. So we were still within our rights to do so. But then when the complaint came forward, we then responded with the correct action. So even though, yes, we have to do a request for reasonable accommodation, from my perspective, is that these people are still protected, and they don't need to have, they're still protected. They don't need to have that approved beforehand. It should be approved regardless. But we're doing the formality of following procedure.
Other questions?
Is the house manager employed somewhere? I mean, I don't know if your house manager is paid where you guys, or you just waive rent, but are they employed somewhere else, so they're gone 40 hours a week, we'll say?
Yes, they are 9 times out of 10 they are employed by someone else. In the one, like I said, in the one maybe instance, they have a disability and they receive Social Security, a separate disability, where they receive Social Security checks. So, and as you know, those are like $800 and some dollars, and going towards paying rent somewhere isn't financially possible. So living in a place like ours, where it's essentially free room and rent, room and board, and yeah, so it's kind of a great situation for them.
Other questions? So it's my understanding that your position is, number one, you didn't need to follow the city requirements, that the reasonable accommodation was just kind of as a matter of course, and that your application is complete in terms of providing the information that is needed to determine that a reasonable accommodation is granted.
That's the way I understand it, yes.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, at this point, I think we will call testimony in support. Testimony in support of this application.
Hi, Julie Knight, 6607 Maple Street in Omaha, Nebraska. I'm the operations director of the Michael House, both in Omaha and in Lincoln. And I just first off want to start by thanking you for giving us the opportunity to speak on behalf of our residents who, they have rights, and very rarely do people, stick up for them. So that's what I do on a daily basis. Defend them, and make sure that they're getting treated respectfully and fairly. Okay, so with that, my job is with the reentry officers. It starts that way within the centers. So they do have a choice. All of our residents, I'm sorry, I'm the emotional one. So all the residents, they do have a choice. So there's a plethora of other sober livings. So what they do with their reentry officer is they decide which one, seems to be fitting for them, and they call and interview the different homes. That would be with myself. I have an interview process, so there's an application process first that I get from the reentry officer, which then, while I'm on the phone, I have a whole nother process of interview questions that I ask them about their personal life. So right then kind of starts, for me, I've been doing this for quite a while now, but earning their trust right from the beginning. So as we say that we are a family, that starts with me. So by the time I get off the phone, we've talked about what are your goals, right? And a lot of them, it's like staying sober, reuniting with my family, getting a job, all sorts of things, getting an apartment. They're always very nervous. They're always very scared, always coming back into society and feeling like you're not wanted. That's a hard thing to process. And I deal with it personally, every day. So by the time we've got off the phone, they're laughing, they're relaxed, they're telling me, personal things, I'm telling them things, and they're like, I cannot wait to meet you. I treat every single one of my interviews the same way. It doesn't matter what their charges are. I do look it up prior, just because I need to know a little bit of information about them. But once I give reentry an address, if they do decide to choose us, then it is going to the parole officer. That would be their potential future parole officer, who then reviews it beyond things that I have access to, as far as like write-ups and things like that. So if something would happen within the center, I wouldn't have access to that. That's something that the parole officer would look at and to see if the Michael House was a good fit for that individual. And then from there on, if it is, then it moves on to the parole board. So then the parole board would either accept it or deny that plan. I've worked very hard on our company. It's not even I never use that word, but I guess, on our family, as far as like keeping true to what I tell my future residents, within our interviews, So I have a great relationship parole in Omaha. I have a great relationship with the parole board in Lincoln, and as also with probation. So as far as Lincoln goes specifically, we meet in person once a week, every week, and we discuss each client individually, each house individually. We have a whole agenda that we go through. They're all documented. We're all there. So each client is there's not a lot that slips through the cracks, right? So we are communicating constantly. I pretty much work 24/7 as well as my case manager as far as like getting phone calls from house managers or what have you. We are constantly communicating. So if I do have a client that may have a test that tests, you know, positive, then we follow that process with parole. So basically, my job is to make sure that all the rules and the regulations and everything in our contract with parole is being provided. So we have a list for probation, a list for parole, and a list for our self-pay clients, and that's my job to make sure that all of those are happening. I don't know. Do you have questions for me?
So you've received, you would be one of the folks who might receive some complaints from neighbors or from other folks in the community?
I have.
So talk to us a little bit about that process.
So in the beginning, I think that they were trying to get a hold of my boss, and then since my job as operations director is to make sure that people are happy to the best of my ability, sometimes that's not doable. But then I would call and deal with that issue. I called the officer and let them know, and then most of the time that they were already aware because a phone call was maybe made to them before us. We made specific rules for that house on Washington because of the calls that we get quite regularly. So we've informed the clients to try to only use the back door, to stay quiet, to stay unseen, not to, do anything in the front yard, not to, this is terrible to say, but, we just have special rules for them, which they all, some of them have follow that, and it's kind of, it is what it is, but I'm trying to make everybody happy and everyone feel welcome, safe, to the best that I can. I know there were some issues with like the trash. I didn't know that we were putting the trash can on the wrong side of the street. No one told me, and it went on for quite a while before I was informed that that's what it was. So now the trash is on the right side of the street to where it gets picked up. That was on it. I didn't know. If I would have known, we would have dealt with that issue earlier. There were some other things I know in the letters that you got, and whatever ones you want to talk about, I have no secrets. I can discuss any of them with you. Like I said, I handled them to the best of my ability as fast as I can, and I always included the officer on any decision that I made.
And so then you would work directly with the on-site manager to handle those issues as well. And so, am I correct in saying that there's pretty strong supervision on site, but in terms of counseling, it was Mr. Corrado mentioned that AA meetings are required as part of living there. What else? What other programmatic? What other counseling or what other things of that nature is part of living there?
Yeah, sure. So, and part of the interviews, I let them know that we are sober living and they are required to do 3 AA or NA meetings a week. Now, again, I only have access to a limited amount of information because of HIPAA and things like that. So if that's not part of their plan, then we require them to volunteer a certain amount of hours a week, right? So on top of that, my clients that don't work evenings are required to go to MRT classes that are taught by the case manager every Thursday. So she's down in Lincoln 3 to 4 times a week. Various times, during the day, I'm usually down 1 to 2 times a week, various times during the day, but she will teach those classes upon the parole officer requiring that they do that. They have a weekly meeting that they have with their house manager, and that's kind of like a wrap-up thing, like what are some concerns, what supplies to me, because we also are supplying their toilet paper, those kind of things. So that's my job also to make sure that they have all of those needs, brand new bedding and pillows and things like that when new clients are coming in. So.
Okay. And then one more question. You mentioned that, or we've talked about the fact that. Oh, where is my question here? One of the reasons you are more of a hierarchical structure in that the supervisor on site is the one who's responsible for enforcing the rules, not the other residents. Is that correct?
Yeah, not the resident. So the
Correct. So
way-
it's not a resident-led enforcement.
No,
It's
no.
really it's really enforced through the rules of the facility as well as the supervisor on site. Correct.
Yes.
So then, what is the therapeutic benefit to having up to 12 people on site if it's not part of the therapy to be responsible to one another to enforce the rules?
I mean, okay, so when you're wording it that way, that's completely different, I feel like, in the direction where that could go, right? So I am not like making my residents like that responsible. They're all responsible for themselves and for their sobriety, right? They go to meetings together, that kind of thing like that, but they also are still learning because they're transitioning. So that's a lot of pressure to put on a person, you know. So having the 12 men there, it's basically for support for each other, because a lot of them were incarcerated with each other for quite a long time, and it's like a comfort thing now. So like, oh, now we're in this new process together, right? Like now we're gonna get jobs, you know, we're gonna maybe get an apartment together down the road, you know, if we can, you know. So I have a house manager that enforces rules, but my case managers very much so enforce the rules on top of that. So there's a lot of accountability, but I don't feel like it's the residents' job to enforce rules upon each other. I would prefer that they treat each other like a family and on an equal basis. And maybe when one is slipping, I've had some be, you know, hey man, can I help? You know, that kind of thing. Like does that make sense?
It does.
Kind of. So I'm not saying that I have to have 12. There is such a need for this housing. A lot of my guys would be stuck still, even though if they, you know, within the centers, if there wasn't places like ours. So I'm not saying that we have to have 12 in there, you know, all the time. I like to say that I can give future residents the opportunity to come, if they choose to, sleep on a top bunk. You know, what do you want to do? You know, is that okay? You know, because they want to get out. They're ready. Like they've served their time. They're ready. They want to be productive members of society, but they need a place to go from the center. So 12 we can fit comfortably. I have never had a client complain to me about feeling crowded or that it was dirty or they felt like they didn't have enough room to do things. I've never heard that come from that house.
Okay.
So,
Additional questions? Thank you so much.
thank you.
Additional testimony and support.
Hi, my name is Christine Tannehill.
Can you get a little closer to the mic, please?
Christine Tannehill, sorry. Address is 4825 Ames in Omaha. I am the case manager for the Michael House. I will start off by saying, you know, we're all equal, right? I myself have been where my clients are. I have been to prison. I have been on parole. I've had that fear of judgment. I've had that fear of failure. I've had that fear of being lonely, you know, when I'm getting out. Unfortunately, for the limited resources in Lincoln at that time, I had to go to Omaha. You know, I love my job. I love my clients. I love what the Michael House provides. I mean, to give somebody else hope, to have that sobriety and that sober living environment, and to show that you can turn your life around and make steps is awesome, you know, and it makes every day worth it. These guys, like, I am so happy that they have this family, the comfort, you know, of people in that home that they can relate to go home to every day and to rely on, to lean on. Their family in that home, and not only are they family, they're my family too, you know. We do a lot of things for them. Like, I teach MRT for them. There is programming, say, if they need help with financial guidance, they never budget a checkbook. we help teach them how to do that as well. I do drug testing as well. It's not only on the house manager. I do it every couple weeks. I do it randomly. If they do pop up dirty, I do send them to detox. I also notify their parole or probation officer so they can handle it on their end as well. I do monitor their meetings, their AA and NA. I do verify those meetings. You know, if they get a sponsor, I do talk to the sponsor and I do verify, you know. I provide transportation. If they need like help getting to a doctor's appointment, a psych appointment, or even to a job interview, I do provide those things for them. Say they need help getting set up with a psychiatrist, coming out of prison, you know, getting back into medical doctors, or psychiatry. We help with resources for that as well, and also help obtaining their medications. We give them resources for that. You know, I do communicate with their parole or probation officers almost on a daily basis. I believe you had mentioned therapy, like what part of a therapeutic community. People in that house do, like in all our houses, we do a great job of holding people accountable. Like Julie has said, hey, you know, what's going on with you? Are you doing okay? I noticed you're not going to work. I noticed that you've been acting kind of funny. They do a great job, you know, and not only do they hold them accountable, they also bring it to our attention. And our clients are very, as they live with us, they progress of holding themselves accountable more and being able to, I hate to say it like this, but be more of a functioning member of society, because like when you come out of prison, you don't know, you know, you're basically starting over. You have that mentality of, oh no, you know, where do I begin? Where do I start? I don't know. I know, like I said, I know what the fear, judgment, and failure and everything is, you know, and I believe we're all equal. So.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yep. Additional testimony and support.
Hello, my name is Jordan Wall, 421 South 9th Street, Lincoln, Nebraska. I am here as a member of the community. I have worked in a lot of places that required me to work closely with, whether it be inmates, parolees, probationers, stuff like that. So coming from my standpoint, guys like these who are getting out on parole, no matter how many years they spent in prison, whether it was 1 year, 20 years, society is different when they get out. They need places like this to help them figure out what to do. You know, especially people who go to prison at the age of 16. They get out at 30 years old, they have no idea what to do. They've never been taught how to be an adult or how to be a functional member. They don't know how to buy groceries. They don't know how to do laundry. They don't know how to pay bills. They have no idea with any of this. So this type of place is where they go to learn that type of stuff. A lot of, parole and probation goes towards rehabilitation, and that's what this house is for. There's a reason that just because they test positive one time, they're not thrown back in prison, is because it's all about rehabilitation. You use one time, you relapse one time, that does not necessarily mean that you're just gonna go down that rabbit hole and do it again. There's a lot of times they use once, they admit their faults, they go get help, and this house is for that. Like they were talking about, they go to detox, they get clean, they get put into treatment, they go to meetings. There's a whole bunch of like relapse classes, pre-treatment classes, IOP, stuff like that, that these guys are provided. And without the help of this house and without them holding themselves accountable and holding each other accountable, this isn't something you can do on your own. You can't stay sober alone. You have to have a family behind you, supporting you, holding you accountable, pushing you to go to these meetings, pushing you to make sure that you don't miss your relapse classes, your stuff like that, because being sober is not something you can do on your own. So a house like this is definitely necessary in the rehabilitation process when people are let out of prison. Their parole officers are there to help them, but having this family and community behind them who has been through it, somebody that's on a first day of sobriety or somebody that's on 6 months sobriety, there's experiences there. They can help each other out. They can talk to each other. They can say, hey, this is a situation I've been in. This is what I've done, and it's worked for me. There's things they can talk about and ways that they can help each other out. And so I think that a house like this, no matter what community it is very beneficial. Lincoln is lacking in a lot of places like this. And I think, this type of house, popping up is fantastic and is definitely needed in the community of Lincoln.
if I recall from you sharing your name was mentioned in some of the letters that we received. Is that correct? So you've worked in like the probationary system before and had some connection with this. Is that correct?
I am a parole officer currently, and I do work with guys there. I am not here on a parole officer basis.
Appreciate that.
I am here on a community basis, but yes, I am the parole officer for several residents.
So just based on that experience, I guess I'm struggling with the balance between the incredible good that's done through an organization like this and an opportunity to bring people back into being productive members of the community, as someone mentioned just a minute ago, with the balance of the neighborhood and what that means for the community at large, and a bit of a challenge with regard to an infusion of homes focused on this work in any particular neighborhood versus, and that there's a reason that the current regulations talk about not having what's characterized as a group home being too close to others from a standpoint of not having them too concentrated, I think would be a good word. Can you, as with your experience and your background, could you speak to that a little bit?
So many of people may not know that there is a lot of people on parole and probation in the city of Lincoln. There could be one right next door to you guys, and you may not know it. They're all over the community.
Sure.
So having these houses all over the community is also a thing. Having them within a neighborhood helps with that rehabilitation process to get them to be a successful member of society. Hiding them off in some field somewhere where they have no access to resources or anything like that is not going to help them get back on their feet. Getting them back on their feet requires them to be in the community and have access to that. Like was mentioned before, a lot of these guys don't have driver's license, they don't have cars, stuff like that. So being in the middle of the city in walking distance to whatever may need. There's a church right down the road that holds meetings every single night that these guys can go to. There's a grocery store within blocks. There's stuff like that. So having houses like this within the middle of the community is going to help them better rehabilitate than pushing them off to the side in a field somewhere where they don't have access to, stuff like this.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Any other questions? Thank you so much.
Of course.
Additional testimony and support.
Hello, my name is Travis Buskirk, 2648 Washington Street. I'm a client at the Michael House at the moment. Mainly all I want to say is if we didn't have places like this, there's a lot of us that was in prison, which I was for the last 3.5 years, and not having a place like this to get out to for the transition, I'll be right back in there, or else right back to doing what I was doing, drugs, alcohol. This place gave me the structure for meetings, as the same with all the guys I live with. I mean, I'd do anything for them already, and I've only been out for a month. But we all support each other. Somebody needs something and they're behind some, hey, here, what do you need? As for, the whole neighbors and all that, it kind of sucks because we get judged instantly. If we come out that wall or the jail cells, we're judged. And it could be, we might not even been in there for any violence or anything like that. It was just a misunderstanding. But, we get judged right away. So however people are feeling in the past because of, I watch TV or anything and, just drug addicts and all this, well, there's a lot more pages to the book you got to read into, A lot of people don't take that chance to do that.
Sure.
It's a struggle being a drug addict and an alcoholic. If people don't understand it, go to an AA or NA meeting. You don't have to be in recovery to witness it or understand what we go through, but maybe it'll help you understand a little bit more. you know? Because me personally, it's a lot more struggle being a felon or fresh out of prison than anything else. You know, it's tough. It's rough. I got out with absolutely nothing. If it wasn't for this house and all the people in it, you know, helping each other for clothes, food, man, I'd be right back in prison.
How long have you lived there?
I've lived there for going on a month.
Okay. And would you say that you're on the lesser time that you've lived there? I mean, most of the folks that you live with have been there a little longer? Or?
Yeah, it's about 50-50.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you say that the number of men that you live with is a factor in the success that you're having?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Because if someone's working, there's always somebody else there, you know, and kind of like people have said, like, we hold each other accountable 100%. Like, if we know you're slipping, hey, what do we need to do to help you get back on so it doesn't have to go up the chain link fence to the higher up people or whatever? I mean, we try to help each other out.
And so the way it was described before in terms of you choosing to live there,
Yes,
I mean, that's
absolutely.
accurate.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep. I had plenty of chances to go other places. Looked into them. Really wasn't what I was looking for, and then found this place, and it's everything I could imagine. So
Great.
we definitely need, you know, for us coming out of, we need way more of these houses. There's not enough. There's people in there that have been waiting to get out for years, but they don't have the opportunity to get into a house like this.
Sure.
So.
Are there any other questions? Yeah. Good.
Have you been able to take on a job
Yes,
since you got out?
I got a job the first week I was out. So,
Okay,
yep.
cool. That's great.
And this house definitely helps with that too. So.
I have a follow-up question to his. How do you get to your job?
Usually the bus, or else I have commute from people from work. So.
Any other questions? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you
Thanks.
so much.
Additional testimony and support.
Hi, my name is Dewan Brown. I'm at 2648 Washington. I am a client. I just would like to say, without this program, you know, as my guy said, I would be lost, you know, and they really care. Like, that's the biggest thing with me. They actually show that they care, you know. They don't, like, we need anything, they're right there to talk to us. If we're going through some problems, they're open book, you know. So it's like, and then as far as like the neighbors or whatever, you know, we're very respectful, so I don't know really where that's coming from. And and if it's somebody that is doing things like that or causing issues, we correct it. We don't just let nobody be out doing anything they shouldn't be doing, you know. So it's just really kind of mind blowing, and it's excuse me. This place is a blessing. Like, honestly, it's. I can't even describe it. Like, the things that I really want to say, I can't get out because I'm kind of nervous, honestly.
Of course.
So,
I get that.
but yeah, like, if it wasn't for them, I don't know what I would do. I would be homeless. I actually would be in a shelter, sleeping on the floor, honestly. And as far as like with employment, like, I got a job the first week, but I did stop working. And once they seen that, they corrected, what are you doing? Why you're not at work? I had actually, my hand had swelled up from the job I was doing. So I wanted to seek other employment, you know, so that's, you know, but they are very, like, hands-on, you know. There's not really, as far as the house manager, yeah, it was barely a day, you know, and it was somebody else right there, very supportive. There's no, I mean, this is something that, like he said, it should be more houses like this because it helps, you know, and it's changed me as a person within these few months. Like, at first when I got out, I'm not going there. I don't want to go there. I just want to get out and be with my family. But actually, I'm glad I made this choice to go there, you know, because it changed me. It made me get a different outlook. It made me want to be a better, productive society, especially seeing what Chrissy's been through, like, and how she changed her life. That inspired me to want to do that and help I want to do it next. I want to be able to do the same thing she does. So it's just like, this is a blessing. I know, and I hope that, you know, that y'all can see that. That's it. That's all I have to say.
How long have you lived there?
I've been there 2 months.
2 months?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions?
How often have you seen a random drug test in that 2 months?
I've been there, through the 2 months I've been there, I've had almost, I would say about eight.
Wow.
Back to back, honestly, like, it was like, one day I had one, then the next day I got another one, like, oh my God, what is this? I'm not like, I'm doing nothing wrong, you know? So, yeah.
Have a job now.
Yes.
How do you get there?
I get a ride through somebody out the community, yeah. But like, if we need rides to work, they'll provide it. If they're in Lincoln, they'll give us rides to work, so.
Thanks for sharing your story.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Thanks for,
We try to be nice.
Additional testimony and support? Okay, is there any neutral testimony? Any neutral testimony? And testimony in opposition? Come on up.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Dean Cole, C-O-L-E, and I live at 2644 Washington Street. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in reference to my opposition to the Michael House at 2648 Washington Street zoning's application. I have lived at 2644 Washington Street since 1989. My house is 4 feet next to the Michael House to the west. My garage shares a common wall with the Michael House garage. During my 33 years in the neighborhood, I had nothing but a positive experience living in the neighborhood. We as a neighborhood have supported each other, celebrated weddings, families, reunions, anniversaries, graduations, and sadly, funerals. Cindy and I have had nothing but a wonderful experience living next to the 4 past families who lived at 2648 Washington the last 33 years till over 6 months ago. During this last 6 months, we have watched once a lovely, warm, welcoming house and families who lived there become a residence to individuals who are afraid to talk to you, at times unfriendly and disruptive to us as neighbors and other residents in the area. I provided for you a total of 39 incidents that documents the issues that have occurred and the reasons why these zoning requests needs to be denied. A few serious incidents in this documentation I need to share now. 3 residents that I have observed being removed and handcuffed from the Michael House by state parole officers. One of those times I had company at my house who observed this incident. And 1 resident engaging in sexual intercourse in a vehicle in front of 2647 Washington Street. A confrontation inside the Michael House where knives were removed from the house and thrown on top of my garage by a client to protect himself and other clients. I still have those knives. I personally experienced an anger outburst that used profanities by one of the clients when I asked him to move his car, which was parked illegal and blocked a part of my driveway. I felt threatened by this outburst because I did not know him nor his previous serving time for. This incident, I assume, was recorded on the Michael House security cameras. I listed an incidents where clients, their families, and friends have illegally parked on the Washington Street, endangering themselves and others turning right off at South 27th Street onto Washington Street, and those driving eastbound on Washington Street. Residents talking loud on cell phones late at night, disrupting our sleep. Residents being dropped off in front of the house with no direction or supervision where they would be placed in the house. 4 residents told me that they were told by one of the Omaha Michael House employees, which I have her name and have never met, and that I am difficult to deal with and need to keep their distance from me. This makes it difficult to strive for a friendly neighborhood and concerns me that I've been profiled. Observed an individual on a bicycle throw an item into the bushes in front of the Michael House. This item was immediately retrieved by a client. I reported this incident to the State Patrol, who had this client removed. These major incidents are just a few examples that there's no supervision and poor communication at the Michael House during the last 6 months. I've known 3 managers who have supposed to supervise the house but did not do their job. They were very seldom seen managing the house. The list of poor behavior going on in the house is proof that they have not been doing their job. I feel I have an excellent working relationship with Chuck, the Michael House maintenance person who lives in Omaha. I've allowed Chuck twice and a plumber once to use my driveway to unclog the sewage line at the house, which now has become a problem for the house because of the number of residents. I could have made it very difficult for them if I did not allow them access to my driveway, but they and the clients would have suffered. I have never received a thank you from Michael Corrado or Julie. Their lack of expressing appreciation for this cooperation is proof to me that they have no intent to be a positive partners in the neighborhood. During the last 6 months, I've personally reached out and got to know 8 of the residents by their names. I've given them rides, I have shared food, cooking items, and listened to their concerns about living at the Michael House. Every one of them have expressed concern if there's no supervision. They may relapse with their addiction because lack of supervision in the house. The crowded conditions with the current clients, plus the exorbitant price they pay to share a room with a few clients. I feel sorry for these clients who are trying, but they are not getting the support they deserve at the Michael House. Cindy and I are willing to compromise. We can live with 4 clients next door and a full-time supervisor who does his job, but there is no way we can live next to 12 clients because of the past experiences that we've experienced. I'm afraid that if the Michael House has not corrected issues before the zoning application, what assurances do we have that they will after they get their approval? I predict this lack of attention to problems at the house the last 6 months only proves the situation will only get worse instead of better. I hope the zoning board members ask the question, if Michael House cannot manage 8 now, how is it going to manage 12? Also, like I said, this has just been a revolving door of these managers in here, and that's one of the big problems. And there is is accountable. We don't even know in the neighborhood who to talk to when there are problems there. That's why I ended up calling parole and even called Julie and them. And I've been frustrated talking to Julie. That's why then I call parole. And I want these people to be successful. I've worked in EMS for the state of Nebraska for 31 years. And I have worked with people with addictions. I've hired people with addictions. And this stuff that's going on at that house is not helping these people in addictions. Any questions?
Any questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Additional testimony in opposition.
My name is Mark Broman. It's Brohman, and I live at 2637 Washington Street. And I apologize. I'm going to read my testimony because I want to get all the points in. And can I ask for a couple extra minutes now before we start? Thank you. I'm handing out a letter from neighbors. The Swiharts were unable to come today. So there's a letter for the record. There's 10 copies there. The Swiharts, and also a copy of a letter from a Mr. Rob Schubach that I wanted to hand out. And a petition from 11 of the neighbors concerning this property. Mr. Corrado is asking the city for a reasonable accommodation and to be able to have more than 3 unrelated adults living in a single family house. He's asking for permission to house 12 unrelated grown men in a 4-bedroom house with 2 bathrooms. Remind me at the end to talk about the bedrooms. They're talking about 5 on the 2nd floor. Our house is identical to this, and it's a sunroom they're talking about. One of the bathrooms is in the basement, which was mentioned before. It was built without a permit by a previous owner. It doesn't have ventilation to it. It's a very small bathroom, and I wouldn't want to be using that bathroom. It's very tiny. That would be 6 men using each bathroom in the morning trying to get ready if there's 12 adults living there. With 2 bathrooms, that's pretty crowded to me. I say if you grant a reasonable accommodation, it should be for 4 unrelated adults, 1 for each bedroom. I'm not opposed to a rehab house if it's limited to 4 adults and they are supervised 24/7 by trained staff. The letter dated December 5th or 15th of 2022 to the City of Lincoln from Mr. Corrado's attorney states the property is, quote, occupied by 8 to 10 persons, and it says, quote, each resident has their own room and then share communal living spaces, a kitchen and bathrooms, unquote. This is a lie. Like I mentioned, there are only 4 legal bedrooms in that house. I've talked to former residents, and they didn't have their own rooms. The house only has 4 bedrooms. Former residents have also told me they feel unsafe in the house and that food and personal items have been stolen, and there is no house management present a lot of the time. This reasonable accommodation request for 12 adults will create an undue financial administrative burden to the city of Lincoln and the neighborhood and endangering citizens. There are reasonable alternatives, accommodations available like the Hana and the Kena houses in Lincoln. The Kena house is on South 14th Street, is a 4-bedroom house that has 4 residents supervised 24/7. The house is ADA accessible, and it has 2 fire escapes from the 2nd floor, and they help residents cook meals and train them on meal preparation, which doesn't happen next door. They also have therapy sessions on site. If the Michaels house wants to claim ADA status, then they should be ADA accessible. Mr. Corrado claims he is trying to establish a family setting. Well, guess what? There was no Thanksgiving or Christmas meals or celebrations at the house, it's my understanding. You can ask him when he comes up. But one of the residents was very disappointed. There was nothing that happened at either one of those holidays. Residents have been instructed not to talk to the neighbors by staff. Dean mentioned that. And 2 of the residents were hitting on the neighbor's 14-year-old daughter. Her mother did contact the police and the parole officer. Every house on 26th to 27th Washington Street has 4 or less residents living in it. And every single house has a regular driveway and at least 1 parking space on the street in front of it. This house has no street parking in front of it because it's a no parking zone because of a fire hydrant and the driveways. And the street driveway going on to 27th is very dangerous and is very seldomly used. I'm passing you 28 photos to show parking violations. There's 28 photos I'd like passed around showing parking violations from residents, staff, and visitors over the past 6 months. It's a very dangerous corner coming off 27th Street, coming 35, 40 mile an hour, and then cars parked right there. So I want to pass those out to you folks. They've also been parked across 27th Street, and residents come across 27th and there's no crosswalk there, which is very dangerous, jaywalking across 27th Street. This neighborhood promotes preservation and maintenance of these historic homes. The city is trying to improve the neighborhood and attract families to move back to these older neighborhoods. Do you think this is going to help? The 2050 comp plan says preserve, protect, and promote the character of unique features of urban neighborhoods. And then that's on page 2, number 5. The building code requirements for the rehabilitation of existing buildings should protect the safety of building occupants. That's on page 2, number 6. This property has been operating illegally for the past 6 months, and that's been brought up earlier. Mr. Corrado knew the law was 3 unrelated residents, but yet he brought additional folks onto the property. He was already operating 2 Michael houses in Lincoln, which has been brought before. When the city notified him by letter of August 9th, 2022, and I'll tell you, I was the person that contacted the city. If I hadn't contacted the city, who knows? We wouldn't be here today because he wouldn't have applied for a variance. He was in violation, and they did an inspection, and they did find, and we went over those things, that the violations they found. The city wrote to him again November 30th, 2022, and notified him that he had not complied with the earlier letter and would face prosecution. Could face prosecution. Finally, his attorney responded December 15th. Otherwise, they may have never come before you. The only reason they did, I think, was because of that complaint letter. When I called the parole officer, and she's here today, Jordan Wall, on July 29th, she returned my call on August 1st, and I asked her why she was placing more parolees in a house that was already breaking the law by having more than 3 unrelated adults living in the house. Her response was, Michael told me he had talked to the city council and he was going to get approval. It's being streamlined. That's a quote. I wrote it down the day that I took it from her. I couldn't believe she said that. This is like telling a bar that they can sell liquor until they get a license. The other 2 Michael's houses are located in neighborhoods zoned R4 and 05. This neighborhood is zoned R2. This house has been a revolving door for over a dozen residents over the past 6 months. Mr. Cole had been advised that some of the residents are very dangerous. Is that what you want staff of the Michael's house to be telling you, that there are some of the residents that are dangerous and you shouldn't confront them? His house is 12 feet his house is 12 feet from their house, and there's a driveway between. And that driveway is used by many of the residents all the time, so he has people continually coming up and down. 2648 was built in 1918, and it has 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, 1 in the basement with no outside ventilation. The plumbing and electrical was set up in 1918 for a regular family, not 6, 8, or 12 grown men. They've had huge impacts on the wastewater from the toilets, sinks, and shower. A plumber has been out twice. Dean and Mr. Cole mentioned that. They had to use his driveway to have it snaked twice with heavy-duty equipment, not just your ordinary equipment they could pull into the house. They had to use his driveway to bring the truck in. Also, in today's world, the number of electronics used in the house is many times greater than in 1918. They have several TVs, computers, radios, blow dryers, microwaves, dryers, etc. On January 8th, around 10 o'clock, the new manager pulled in Mr. Cole's driveway. And he was unloading without Mr. Cole's permission, blocking his car so he couldn't get out. Other visitors have pulled into his driveway just thinking it was the house next door's, blocking, and Dean's had to go out and have him move. On May 11th, there were 4 or 5 parole officers, 2 LPD officers, and another person went into the house. It looked like a raid you see on TV with all these people. 4 vehicles out front, all these people going into the house. We don't know what was going on. Mr. Corrado was cited by the city for not mowing his yard. That was mentioned. And then when they did mow it, guess what? They used a weed whacker. They came over there with a weed whacker, and then he claimed the backyard was not mowed that day because he didn't realize the backyard belonged to that property. which was really crazy to me. He was also cited for not mowing or for not removing the snow. I know I'm extremely over, so I'm going to pass out 2 more things. We've got some pictures indicating a person was dropped off sitting on the front porch. We've got pictures of Omaha. My wife and I went up and looked at the 9 Michael houses in Omaha. There's beer containers in the trash can in a house that's supposed to be a sober living. I talked to one of the neighbors. He relayed a story to me that a young lady came over at midnight, beating on his door. He opens the door. She runs in his house. She locks herself in his bathroom and says, "Call the police." She said she was being abused by the people in the Michaels house across the street. They said there had been multiple times the police had been to that residence. They had parked across the end of people's driveway. It was a cul-de-sac, and they were always calling the police for noise complaints and people yelling, screaming, and fighting. So that's what we're living with in our neighborhood. We're willing to accept 4 people, maybe 5, but to put 12 people in this place is just crazy. And with that, I'd answer any questions. I was a caretaker of that house for 6 months after the owner died. I know exactly the interior layout. It's the same as my house. The 2 bedrooms they're referring to on first and second floor are sunrooms. They have windows on 3 sides, and guess what? Those rooms are 5 feet from 27th Street. 5 feet. If you stand in those rooms, you can watch cars go right in front of you. Those are not bedrooms. They don't have closets. They have windows on 3 sides. They're sunrooms. So those 2 bedrooms they're trying to count as extra bedrooms or not. It's 4 bedrooms. That's the way it is in the assessor's page, and that's the truth. So, questions from anyone?
Do you have other sober homes in your neighborhood?
What's that?
Do you have other sober homes in your neighborhood?
Yes, we have, I can't tell you the number, but on 25th Street, on A and B Street, and on Washington, we've got at least 1 facility down the street, and we have a facility we have 2 facilities that are for mentally handicapped folks. That there's one on A Street, and there's one on Washington. There's a sober house at 19th and A at Oxford House. There's one on 19th and B, and there's a couple at 24th or 25th and B.
And all of these have accommodations for more people than 3 unrelated?
I'm assuming so. I don't know. Most of them are registered under group homes, except the Oxford houses. But the group homes are registered, but with the mentally disabled. But I don't think the others are. But Oxford houses are separate.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Additional testimony in opposition.
Hi, good afternoon. My name's Anissa Broman, and I live at 2637 Washington Street for over 30 years. I'm here to oppose the reasonable accommodation of 2648 Washington Street. For the past 6 months, the Michaels house has been operating, and here are just a few reasons why I oppose the reasonable accommodation. First, the house is not designed to accommodate 10 to 12 adult men comfortably. It is a 4-bedroom, 2-bath. They might be a total of 12 rooms in the entire house, and that's counting bedrooms, bathrooms, dining rooms, and living rooms. Mr. Corrado is charging $750 a month per parolee, and they sleep in bunk beds with 2 or more parolees per room. Second, the lot size is extremely small and doesn't offer any usable parking. It sits right on 27th Street and right next to the driveway of the neighbor. When the parolees want to smoke, they stand out on the back steps, and the cigarette smoke goes directly into the neighbor's home. Third, the house does not offer any parking for the parolees. The driveway is not safe to use, and in front there's a no parking zone. That makes the parolees, friends, relatives, house manager, and parole officers to use the street. With single drives for our homes, we also need to use the street, and there's sometimes I come home and there's just none available. Fourth, I used to feel safe from my block. I've lived there for over 30 years, but now that has totally changed. There are men coming and going day and night. There's men outside early in the morning and late in night and evenings. And since they only live in the house for maybe 2 months or less, we don't know who's coming and going, and it's just a constant revolving door. And fifth, I have seen and heard things on the block that I have not ever thought I would see or hear, and that's been 30 years. And there's been all ages of kids, parents, so this is not normal activity in a house. I've seen parolees handcuffed, taken out of the house, drugs being tossed into the yard with a gentleman on a bike, and this is still happening. Men getting dropped off with their belongings, and they're sitting on the front stoop because there's nobody there to help them. Parolees using the street day and night as their makeout session for their girlfriends. And then we've also witnessed women leaving after midnight and before dawn in the morning from that house. But the best of all is walking out my front door at 10:15 at night and seeing a gentleman having sex in the front of my house. I did contact the Michaels house, and the good news was it wasn't just him. There happened to be two of individuals. I have a daughter that goes to college out of state, and I'm so grateful she's not here right now because I would not want her to walk out and witness it. And guess who had to do that? It wasn't the police. It was me at home alone. They had to go out to that house. And did he stop? No. He gave me a thumbs up and kept going. That is my street. And that's not fair. I shouldn't have to do it. I've been 30 years. This is not 14-year-old kids. And I guarantee if it was anybody on the block, I would be at their house knocking on their door and they'd be coming out and taking care of it. Not me, the parents would be taking care of it. So this was once a quiet, safe street, and it's no longer quiet and safe. And for the resident managers, the house managers, there is a application or a job description in the paper that I found over the summer. And one of them that I thought was kind of funny, must not have any police interaction for 6 months. It says they do perform a background check. However, they do not care what they hold on their criminal record. They work daily with individuals who have criminal records and are willing to accept any criminal charges as long as they haven't had anything for 6 months. They should not, this is not acceptable. They should have people in that are trained to deal with them. Plus they should have people in there that are willing to work with us and help us when we have problems. And when the individual's having sex in front of the house, the person at Michael's house said there was a house manager in that house at that time and knew exactly what was going on. And they could only do as much as what I could do. And that basically was absolutely nothing. So right now, Mr. Corrado has the parolees. They're the ones running that house. I'm struggling mentally with this happening every day. The street, this house has truly affected my quality of life in the past 6 months. I now live in a house that I don't want anyone to come and visit because I'm afraid of what they're going to witness. The house on 2648 Washington Street is not a home. It is a house that Mr. Corrado purchased for his business, and his business happens to be running halfway houses. He needs to call it what it is. The only person that's benefiting from the Michaels house is Mr. Corrado himself. He charges parolee $750 a month to sleep in a bunk bed in a room with at least one other person. He collects rent, deposits in an account, and then he goes home to his $1.1 million house on a lake with a pool. This is just a business. He has 9 Michaels houses in Omaha right now, and if you don't think that that's what he's planning on doing here in Lincoln, you are mistaken. He is a cancer, and he's getting ready to come to Lincoln. He thinks all he needs is 4 bedrooms and 2 baths, and he can house 12 parolees. I'm assuming most of the homes in your neighborhood would work as a Michaels house as well. If you haven't done so, go to 2648 Washington Street, see the house and the space that he has. He's trying to crowd 12 adults into. Also, we've driven by the house in Omaha, and there were 7 out of those 9 houses that I wouldn't even get out of the car. My husband got out and I locked the door. And is that what you guys want for Lincoln? So don't just allow this not to happen on our street. Don't let it happen in any other street in Lincoln. This is a cancer that will spread throughout Lincoln and just won't stay in your neighborhood. If you don't find a way to manage these types of homes, it will be a point to where it'll be in everybody's neighborhood. But you need to protect not only us in the neighborhood, but you need to protect the parolees as well. They have rights. They have a right to live in a nice house, yes, but they also have a right to have air conditioning. We live in a house exactly like that one. We have central air. I can't tell you what it would be like to sleep on my 2nd floor without air conditioning. Especially this past summer, we've had days it's over 100. Some of the residents that were there that we spoke to, they actually went down to the basement and slept because it was so hot. So yes, they deserve a place to be, and they deserve it. But they also deserve to be treated like human beings. They don't deserve to be treated like this. I guarantee you, when Mr. Corrado goes home, he's not sleeping on his 2nd floor without air conditioning when it's 100 degrees. And our older houses, we live it every day. The plumbing is tough, the wiring is plus. But there's 2 of us in our house right now. 12 people in there is not acceptable. There should be 1 adult per bedroom.
Are there any questions?
I had a question. When you witnessed the inappropriate activity out front, was that with the old house manager or the new house manager?
I don't know. They've had so many, they rotate in and out. And they wouldn't tell you who the house manager is. You don't know who the house manager is.
So you went over and knocked on the Michael's house
No,
door?
because they're instructed, they don't answer the door. We never get answered. No, I went and knocked on the car window.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I misunderstood.
No. And as when I talked to somebody at the Michael's house, there's like, yes, we know that, we have cameras, we know that. And I said, what are you going to do about it? And they said, well, there was actually 2 people that had sex in front of your house that night. And they were both taken out of the house. The problem is they leave, but it's just refreshed. So I know that. So I'm grateful. It's just my husband and I. I don't have small children. My teenage daughter isn't here. She wants to come back and bring her boyfriend back to Nebraska. I really don't want that. How embarrassing is that to have them walk out and his first taste in Nebraska is this? They already questioned Nebraska and where it's at, and here he's heard things that we go through daily. And I'm lucky I live across the street, Mr. Cole. And Cindy, I feel terrible for them. And we've all lived on the block. And I know that the attorney says that, you know what, this is 14-year-old boys. No, these aren't 14-year-old boys. And yeah, you can put 14-year-old boys and 12-year-old girls in the same room. But if you're like me, once you hit a certain age, I really don't want to share a room with another person. I want my own space. And you need your own space. And these are individuals coming out of prison. And if you listen to them, they're calling it a transition living. And they've said it. It's come out of their mouth that they're transition living. They're not calling it, oh, it's my family. They're saying this is transition living, and that's what it is. And yes, they need help and they need support, but it also needs to be rules and guidelines and something set in place to be fair to them and to be fair to us.
Additional questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Additional testimony in opposition?
Hi, my name is Cindy Rutan, and I live at 2644 Washington, directly next to the Michael House. And you will hear repeated stories from me that you've already heard, but it all affects us the same. So we've lived in our home since December of 1989. We know all our neighbors. We've watched the neighborhood kids grow up, go off to college, get married, and return to their old neighborhood for visits. We've participated in all the life events of all those living around us. We help each other and offer support when needed. We care for our neighbors. That's why we chose to live in this neighborhood. We've treated the clients staying next door with the same respect. We offered numerous times to use our drive, shared food and treats, loaned tools and utensils, and provided transportation in a few cases to those requesting it. After this house next door was sold last year, we were told an Omaha couple bought it for their kids to live in while attending school in Lincoln. Dean and I did have the chance to introduce ourselves to Michael Corrado and Julie the day they took possession of the house. We were misled with the intent of the home at that very meeting. They missed their golden opportunity to tell us the true future use of that property. This is no family residence. There was no introduction of this new business into our neighborhood, which is specifically zoned for single-family residences. We don't even have any rentals in the neighborhood. So you can see how this has been a huge, I call it an interference, but a huge thing that has come into our neighborhood. To give you an idea how close our houses are situated, our garage share a common wall, and there's only 4 foot between the 2 properties. We've not had a problem with other homeowners that we've lived with for the last 32 years. There's a constant parade of men coming and going and congregating all hours of the day and night at the Michael House. We have no idea who most of these people are and if they're even clients of the Michael House. If I would see people coming and going to a neighbor's house and they weren't recognized by us, we would probably say, may I help you? Do you belong here? But we don't know these things. We ask ourselves, who are they? It is not a secure, safe feeling in the neighborhood anymore. Obviously, the establishment of this business next door has changed our neighborhood. People have invested in their homes in the neighborhood to better it. The Michael House wasn't even taking care of the lawn, which you heard, and they didn't even know the yard north of the house was theirs to maintain by the company that they hired to do weed whacking. This Michael House business site has had and continues to have ongoing problems, which we've witnessed, documented, and presented to you today. The traffic congestion, which you saw on the map, you know, their garage and their driveway border 27th Street, terribly busy street. So they have no access there. You turn the corner onto Washington Street, there is no parking in front of this business. And yet they continue to park there. They load and unload, and they cause a terrible traffic problem. It is unsafe and not legal. These all make for a hazardous area right around the 27th and Washington Street intersection.
One more minute.
It's an accident waiting to happen. And this exists with the number of clients at a lower than proposed number. And the business has operated for the last 6 months without proper zoning, which we've pointed out, and to the best of my understanding, I don't understand that, why that was allowed. Safety inspections weren't even done prior to allowing the clients to move in. And there has been no consistent on-site supervision for these clients. I know 4 different house supervisors that supposedly were in charge that have come and gone. We don't know who's in charge there. And the clients themselves have said they don't know where they are either. So you would think and hope that a correctional facility drop site like this business is would at least ensure this for the continuity and safety of their clients and the neighborhood. And I just want to mention, the neighborhood is the constant here. Their business house is a transient group. They are very transient there. No wonder it's under such scrutiny by the neighborhood. It is not a good fit in this place. And I just want to say our suggestions and concerns are made not for our personal gains, but for better conditions for the clients. We want residents to be successful. They deserve a chance, but I don't see it here in this particular setup and location. There are not responsible accommodations for these clients. They've been overcrowded and underserved already, and they haven't even reached this capacity that they're asking for. They have bunk beds. The house next door has experienced sewage problems just a couple days ago. They had to have the plumber come in multiple times. This has happened. 12 adults in 1 3/4 baths. You try it. I don't know how they make it work, and apparently it is not. These clients do deserve better, and their presence and placement should not be to profit the Michael House business. That's apparent. They're stacking them. I appreciate the opportunity to share this testimony and pure observations from a neighbor in opposing this zoning action. This is not what any family looks or acts like. And if anybody has any questions.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Additional testimony in opposition.
My name is Ken Hambleton. I live at 2600 Washington for the last 45 years. So I'm kind of down the street a little bit. I'm just a little puzzled by a business moving into the neighborhood, a private enterprise as described by their lawyer, a private enterprise to maximize its potential, reading profit. I understand there's a need. I appreciate that there's a need. There are people here who need treatment, need help, need assistance. Great. But to change a law that I believe says 3 or more, I believe you brought up, Tracy, 3 or more unrelated adults, and they want the law changed to 12 or more unrelated adults in a house. There's been no explanation from the proponents of why this law should be changed other than to increase profit. That's all I have to say. Any questions?
Thank you very much.
Hi, Rich.
Come on in. Yeah. Just share your name and your address, please.
Yeah, I'm Tessa Dominguez. I live at.
Can you get closer to the mic, please?
Yes.
A little bit louder.
I'm Tessa Dominguez, and I live at 1224 North 26th Street in Lincoln, 68503, and I work for the Mental Health Association. I am not here to oppose the Michael House specifically. I'm here to talk about the way that, I mean, it's already been said a lot, but there are zoning in a city for a reason, right? And there are zonings for transitional living and special permits that allow for that to happen. What I want to talk about is the reason that those things are put in place is to provide for the safety of the guests and residents that live there when they live there. By not having non-conforming rooms, there are special requirements when you're zoned for transitional living that require you to have the proper carbon monoxide detectors, fire extinguishers, fire safety doors, drop-down ladders if you're in an attic, egress windows in a basement. Sunrooms are hot in the summer, they're cold in the winter. It's not comfortable. We do run a transitional living house. We do believe in the dignity of personal space and people having that right to privacy. And we also staff our houses and provide wraparound support and services operating as a nonprofit. I think that if we are in this for the people, then they deserve to have the best treatment that there is for them, the best placement. I think that housing is important. I think that we don't have enough, right? Especially for people transitioning. There's not enough housing. And we could open 5 more houses here in Lincoln and still not have enough beds. But it's also equally important to balance that with giving people the best opportunity that they have and making sure that they're safe in the process. So that's all I have.
Questions? Thank you. Additional testimony in opposition? Hi.
Jason Whitmer, WITMER, 1224 North 26th Street, and completely in support of what she had to say. I manage and coordinate the Kia House, which was mentioned. We're a respite house on South 14th Street. We have 4 bedrooms. We only house 1 person in the bedroom at a time because there's nothing more accepting than having your own spot in your own space, right? So, but more than that, people, you know, we're coming out of correct. Let me back up. So yes, I'm a coordinator, but also I spent my youth in Nebraska. I have a lot of trauma. I spent a lot of time in foster homes. Sorry.
Take your time.
Do that. Which led me towards bad behavior, bad decisions, and I got at least 20 years inside the prison system for very bad behavior that I made decisions on. So when I come up and speak about this, I definitely am in favor of providing access to everybody, right? And upon getting out, I volunteered not dozens of hours, but I would say hundreds of hours, and that has led me into being on the board of such as the ACLU because of what they do for people in RAN, which is a Reentry Alliance of Nebraska, which is direct reentry from corrections. And so when I speak on these things, I'm speaking with in mind of what people need to succeed, which is what would make society safest when our communities are worried about who's coming into our community. Because everybody, 95% of people are getting out of the prison system. And when you want them to come to your community, whether you like it or not, you want them to be successful, because how much more is safer. And no community deserves to have people pushed on them who got opportunities taken away from them so they can fail in their community because other communities won't accept them. So this is a balance here that it's really hard to walk in this little time. But for one, I don't want to tear down somebody that's providing housing, except if they're taking advantage of people. When you're desperate and there's a blessing in front of you and somebody's taking advantage of that blessing, you're going to still feel like it's a blessing because I had somewhere to stay, even though I was stacked on top of people, just like I was in a cell block. But the Mental Health Association, we got a 20-bed house. If we operated on the same thing, the transition house, we could put 40 people up in there and bank. But we do not. At the Kia house, we got a 4-bed house. We could pack people in there and open. We have support of the region. Let's get some more beds and stack some more people, but we do not. We are also CARF accredited. So what we are doing is trying to put in place standards before we put in place profit. We want to maintain something that is better for those who are coming in for their well-being, for them to see success, for them to have support. There is 24-hour peer support. Peer means, as I have said, I'm one person has been in the system that you would think, like, if you didn't know, why would you be allowed to be in this opportunity? Any one of the people who I haven't heard because I was in another meeting, they could come and be in my position and successful and be more successful for the next person, because now I can come and see somebody that's been through it and see that, like, oh, the barriers don't always stand when people provide you opportunities. And the problem is here is the Michael House can operate just as well with the same standards that we put in place at the Kia House. So I would recommend looking at the Kia House, looking at the Hanu House, looking at the Mental Health Association and the basic standards they got. We are involved with our neighborhood association, not to say that we are involved with our neighborhood association, but to say that when they have input for us, we are open to what that input is to the neighborhood, because things are gonna happen.
One more minute.
Even with the standards in place, somebody's gonna come and things are gonna happen, because I'll just say it, it's not just felons and criminals that are having sex in cars, you know, and I understand not wanting to see that, but that's just how it is. Things are gonna happen. You're just gonna notice it if you can put a tag on, there's already a label on a person. You're definitely gonna notice it more. What we want is, we are in Nebraska, we are overflooded in our prison system. People are gonna come out, no matter how people like it, and it should be that way. I can't believe that one of you guys would say, I don't care about their success, because if they don't have success, that's gonna be harm to them, that's gonna be harm to their family, and it's definitely gonna be harm to somebody's community. And nobody's community deserves it, because nobody will provide an opportunity. This right here, Michael House can conform to the basic standards we got. We're not asking them to conform to something outrageous. The Mental Health Association's been doing it for about 15 years. Everybody else is starting to see all these people coming out and hearing parole got money, and suddenly there's all this push towards putting bunks and stacking people in room. And it's really hard for you who haven't had an opportunity to come into a place and might not have been able to find a place to come up here and say, this is terrible what they're doing, because I don't know where else I'm gonna go. But we can put the standards, and you think Michael House is gonna close down? You think Oxford House is gonna close down? No, they're gonna follow the standards, and suddenly people are gonna get respect. They're gonna have their space. They're not gonna give that up. But they're definitely not gonna give this up when they're being allowed to make $6,000, $7,000, $8,000. This is only for families, because one thing about families is when I put people over capacity in my house, I care about every person's there, otherwise they would not be in my house. The families that are getting money from this are not in them houses. So these standards should not be taking away houses
Time.
They should just make them safer, more humane, and create opportunities. If they need to work with another organization, they should. What they shouldn't do is undermine safety precautions, undermine these little standards that are in place, because we're doing it. We're doing it. Everybody else can kind of get along. They can come to us. We are open for advising, talking, whatever, but no more don't allow people to undercut this. Don't allow this to continue. So do you have any questions?
Questions?
It sounds like a wonderful service and one per room. How much do you have to charge for that service?
The Kia House is nothing. We work with the region. They provide funding. The Kia House is a respite house, so that doesn't matter what your record is, whatnot. It means it's a respite. It means if you're struggling. So one of the things it does is like somebody is about to go into a crisis, they go to a crisis center, it ends up being hundreds and hundreds of dollars, sometimes thousands. Ambulance ride, which is thousands of dollars. And just a little bit of funding we get completely cuts that down. The Hanu House goes off of, and they can better explain that, of course, parole and probation of what they pay a day pays for the person. But we also have a peer 24/7. We also have services. We have multiple programs. So when we're talking about the cost, you're also forgetting that we are taking away from the cost to put into services. Somebody there not as oversight, somebody there that's not going through their own thing to suddenly become responsible for everybody else, which is really terrible when you have your own things to get through. But somebody there, and everybody there is trained. And we are constantly looking at how we are doing things. We constantly, when there's a problem, we are revising how we're doing things. Nothing is gonna just be like, it works like this, let's get whatever we're getting out of this and move on. But Hanu, we have at least one more coordinator, our former coordinator of the Hanu House, that could talk about the dynamics. And the Hanu House is the transition from corrections.
Other questions?
Thank you for
Thank you very
your
much.
service.
It is the same rate of pay a day. Like, it's pretty standard across for different transitional living houses. We also
And no
have
rent.
BLS grant that allows for some of our beds to be paid for. Nobody that lives with us pays that. We have zero self-pay. So everybody's given that time, that opportunity to find work, get on their feet, all of those things that they need to be successful.
My name is, do you want me to spell it? Is that what we do?
Name and address.
All right. My name is Destiny Camuso, and my address is 1645 N Street. I'm going to say I'm opposed. So originally, I was the coordinator of both Hanu and Kia House upon their opening and their implementation. We put in a lot of work within our neighborhoods. We do sit on the neighborhood association for Indian Village, where the Kia House is. We've been a part of the Union College Neighborhood Association since we decided to go in that neighborhood. And you know, we hear a lot of stories, right, about other transitional houses or halfway houses. It's rare that I've heard the Michael House be referred to as the Michael House. I hear a lot of the trap houses, that sort of thing. But a lot of times we hear so much of stuff, you kind of just let it go. After almost 12 years at MHA, I did venture off in 2021, and I joined another reentry organization, RISE Academy. I was a reentry case manager, and I had some gentlemen on my caseload, and I just want to talk about one. So the person who runs the Lincoln House, very hard to get a hold of, very hard to reach. When I was able to, I was asked to complete the interview process for this person to be released from the work release center to get into the Michael House. And I did do that. And I just want to talk about a few situations that my guy on my caseload faced. His first experience going to the Michael House on Walker Street, he had to stand on the porch for about an hour and a half with all of his stuff. because the guys inside the house were arguing about whose room they were going to let him in. Then he had to stand in the kitchen with all of this stuff and wait for the house manager to finish his shower. He finished his shower and he was doing his paperwork and I believe he did a drug test. They finally decided what room he was going to go in. And then it was the house manager's job to decide what chores my guy got. He got tasked with the dishes, the kitchen, cleaning both bathrooms, and taking out all the trash. Getting out of prison should be a good day, right? Like, it should be a good day. My guy wanted to go back, and that's sad. He called me. I mean, I have all the messages and stuff still, and just talking him through that was hard. He did not see a staff member for the first 7 days. The house manager at the time just became the house manager because he just signed his parole discharge papers. So I guess you don't have, if you're not on parole or probation, you can be the house manager. I feel like, I'm speaking as a taxpayer, okay, and a person who lives in Lincoln, I feel like we can do better, and our tax money can do better. It's really hard for me to know all that Hanu House offers a person, and yet the parole rate is, I think it's $65 a day. That's $19.50 a month per parolee. Hanu provides 3 staff a shift, employment specialists, outreach workers, management, 4 or 5 different in-house programming, and a lot of other things. I mean, just a lot of stuff. And it's more trauma informed. There's always staff to talk to.
One more
There's
minute.
always, you know, support for all of them. And I think if we're getting the same daily rate, we can do better. And we shouldn't be dumping these folks. It should be, we expect recovery from them. We expect them to become tax-paying, law-abiding citizens. I feel like we need to provide them the opportunities to do that and the spaces to do that. So that's all I got.
Can you tell me if your client, if he had gone to Hanu House, what his first day would have been like? Would someone would have been there to meet him, intake him? Can you describe that for me?
If he would have walked in the door, he would have been greeted by staff. He would have been given a tour. He would have been shown his room. He would sit down and do paperwork with staff. And I mean, there's quite a bit of paperwork, like even wellness visions, like what does he want to see himself doing by the end of his stay? Those, you know, the whole planning part of reentry. And then, you know, there'd be other guests that he would know exactly what to expect from his stay. So yeah, kind of all this
I
stuff.
assume he'd still be assigned chores.
No.
Oh, okay.
Staff do the chores.
And maybe his room would have been selected before he got there?
Well, and, you know, there's 20 bedrooms, right? So if it's whatever rooms are open. So if there's 3 rooms open, he probably would have got to see all 3 of them and got the choice, you know. They're real nice. And I would encourage any of you to go over and tour the Hanu House.
How long do you expect someone to live in?
It's
either
very
of those two?
individualized. So, because
average
up to 90 days, 60 to 90 days.
Any other questions? Yeah.
You mentioned the $65 a day parole. Can you explain that a little more? Does that come from the state, or and that's given to the parolee?
No.
That is available for services?
So I think that, you know, they kind of look at an individual situation, and it kind of, again, is individualized whether or not they have the means to self-pay, which would then, it would be $175 a week, $750 a month to self-pay, which coming out of prison, $750 a month, how do you save up for your own rent and deposit to get out, right? I think that diversifying our funding and stuff, Hanu definitely would not be able to run off just those funds. So our director does a really good job at seeking grants and other ways to fund, you know, parts of our programs that we're about the people, and we should all be about the people. And the neighbors,
Additional questions? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Additional testimony in opposition?
My name is Marcy Young. I'm a resident of 1901 Prospect Street in Lincoln in the near south neighborhood. Long day for y'all. I originally was going to come speak as a private resident. I've lived in the near south neighborhood since 1987, but even longer. But I'm also a member of the Near South Neighborhood Association Board of Directors, and it seems appropriate that I address you as such, especially because some of the other opportunities for recovery have mentioned the neighborhood associations that they're in contact with and in connection with. And it seems to me that we're not seeing that same connection with the Near South and the Michael House and the other houses that you know are going up in our neighborhood. As you know, we sit in the middle of the city with large houses. We are a neighborhood association. We are not we don't have covenants, and so it's easier for enterprises to come in and take possession of homes in our neighborhood. And we're not opposed to that, but we feel we are unduly becoming burdened by the excess number of group homes that are in the Near South. Zoning laws exist for a reason, and zoning laws have to change in response to changing conditions. I lived in 1975 at the Cornhusker Co-op, which allowed more than 3 unrelated people to live together until they cracked down on that, and that's how the zoning law of 3 unrelated individuals came into play. It seems to me that the governmental regulations that has created this loophole, in my opinion, of more than 3 unrelated people being able to call themselves a family is a catch-22. Because I can call myself a family because I'm in recovery, and by the way, I am almost 12 years in recovery from alcohol abuse. I'm very familiar with that world. But if it's a catch-22 because we're not allowed, according to HIPAA, to disclose our recovery details, isn't that a catch-22? How are we supposed to legislate around that? So that information aside, this house that is in question for you opens up a bigger can of worms, because where do you stop a commercial enterprise from calling itself a recovery? It's a business, and buying up any property in the neighborhood, out competing with homeowners who don't have the money, who aren't collecting $7,000 a month in rent for a 4-bedroom home. How do you legislate against that sort of thing happening? So I know that's the bigger issue, but the opportunity that's at play here is for this particular application to be denied, because it sounds to me like it does not have merit. Any questions?
Questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Additional testimony in opposition?
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Ward. I live at 2624 Washington Street, so just down the street. You know, I'm just kind of listening to everything, and first off, it's very difficult for people who come out of the prison to reintegrate. I get that. We all get that, and it's tough. There's no doubt about it. It is tough. But we're sitting here listening to I believe their attorney said, but 90% come from parole. So let's talk about what this really is. This isn't a a recovery home. This is a halfway house. This is a parole transition house. This is what it is. This is what it really is. It's a cash cow. You know, it's he's getting roughly roughly 110,000 a year if he gets 12 people. You know, and that's quite a bit. You know, you talk about the therapeutic value of having 12. You know, there is no therapeutic value of 12. These guys coming out of prison, they have no choice. So these gentlemen here are saying that they're glad that they're there, and I agree. They probably are, you know, but because they were in prison. But let's look at the reality of it is that they don't have a choice. This is where they're being told to go, or like the one gentleman said, either I'm here or I'm in the mission or on a shelter or on the street. So they don't have a choice. But they make it sound like, oh, we have a choice, and oh, they can go here, they can or not. Well, no. When the parole officer's telling you you're going to go over here, guess what? You're going to go over there, you know, and you're going to do what you're told. You know, they have, you know, when they want to have 12 people in this house, you know, doubled up, you know, bunking to a room, you know, up on that second floor, there's no air condition, you know, and one of the rooms is a sunroom. Well, my house is a little over 100 years old, and I also don't have central air, you know, and so we have to use the window air conditioners, and it sucks. I mean, in the summertime, I hate my house during the summer, you know. But so the only way each of our bedrooms upstairs has its own window air conditioner. Otherwise, in our bedroom we have the big 220. I'd have to leave all the doors open and that thing running all the time. So where's the privacy? You know, so we're asking. So parole, I cannot understand how parole is asking to bring more guys into this house, and it's just a powder keg. You know, and it just become a cash cow. That's what it really is. There is no therapeutic value. Now we had the Hana house and the Kia house, and they were talking about how each has their own individual bedroom. You know, let's say this is a legitimate 5-bedroom home. You know, each has their own room. Well, then I can see the therapeutic value in that. You know, because they have their own private place. They will have their own place where they can go away when they're stressed out from other members in the house. They have their own private space. Here they don't. It's gone. You know, they don't have it. So, you know, and the last thing I'm just going to say is I don't really believe in coincidences, you know, but when I believe it's the Oxford House on B Street, when all that shenanigans was taking place, all of a sudden I started getting phone calls and text messages from 2 different companies or entities, I would say, and it was just constantly nonstop. So finally I answered the phone, and I'm like, what do you really want? Oh, they want to buy my house. And so I'm kind of talking with them a little bit. Okay, well, what do you want to buy it for? And they're just hemming and hawing, and so it became very evident to me that they're looking to buy bigger houses so they can add more, so they can do basically the same thing, because this is a money-making scheme. There's no doubt about it. So I got to thinking, well, you know, in my house, with the bedrooms that we have and the size we have, and we could put 20, 25 people in there easy doing the same thing that they're doing. So I'm watching this because I'm thinking, I'm going to make some money. And just in the calculating in my head, that's about $168,000 a year I'm going to make. You know, because why not? Why can't I jump on that? You know, because there's no regulations, there's nothing that's going to say I can't do it, and I can hide behind the ADA and HIPAA. You know, and I have somebody that turns around.
1 more minute.
You know, that you know, I can say, you know what, I'm a 10-year, 20-year recovering food addict because I like my food, but every Monday I'm back on that diet, you know, and so the clock starts all over. So that's basically what they're saying is that, if they test hot, as you, ma'am, as you were mentioning, that, well, they're not recovery, but, oh, well, no, they are in recovery. Well, either they are or they aren't. So there's really no saying they can still be doing drugs because we know that that's been going on. And then at the same point in time, they say, oh, I'm in recovery again, so therefore I apply. But you can't ask me any questions. So they're hiding behind that. So just remember, it's like I said, there are people out there who are looking to buy these homes in the near south neighborhood because this is where the big homes are and they're cheaper. You know, and my house is one of them. And so, like I say, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, how much do I like my neighbors? Because I can make $168,000 a year, maybe pay $68,000 in expenses. That's $100,000 in my pocket. I'm going to live in Firethorn somewhere nice. So, thank you very much.
Thanks for your time. Additional testimony in opposition.
Good day. My name is Mariana Ward. I live at 2624 Washington Street. I am a homeowner. I'm also a mother of a 16-year-old girl and a 14-year-old boy. The dynamics of the street changed tremendously, I will tell you that. I came from a war-torn country. When I met my husband, we looked for the house to buy, and he was mesmerized with the little oasis that the 26th and Washington was. And that's why we bought the house, because he said there's a lot of bad stuff going on around, but this is a really nice neighborhood. And since we moved in, I met all of the neighbors. I know how, what they do, their kids' names, where they go to school, what they want to do in their life. There is a girl that goes down to Florida to be a marine biologist because that's what she wanted to do when she was 4 years old. We grew up with that. We're going to celebrate the wedding coming this June. All of the neighbors are invited. I know all of them. We had block parties, 4th of July, that we come out and all the neighbors come out. And that's kind of stopped. We have no idea who lives there. Now, I want you to also keep in mind that this is not about just my value of properties going down and I don't want recovering addicts to be there. I started my career in a group home. I work with kids at the Cedars Freeway Station. We had 14 children there. We had a minimum staff that was required to be there. We were there 24/7. We had groups, we had support, we were taking them to counseling and all that. We also had a really dear friend that was a family who was a recovering drug addict. She was on meth. She relapsed many times. When she did relapse, we took her children in. One of them, the oldest one, stayed with us for over a week. We had no idea what was going to happen. The last time she relapsed, I went and I picked her up and we brought her to our house. She stayed there with 3 of her children until she was off the drugs and functional enough that we can send her back home to Florida. Unfortunately, Betsy McManus passed away in May. So you cannot think that we're doing this because we do not support their recovery. We do, but the conditions that they live in are not suitable for that large group of people. In our house, we have probably, it's bigger, it's about 4,000 square feet, as Tom said. We can put more people in that. But I have kids that live there, and they all have their room. Now, if you go to old houses, and I don't know where you live, you can fit a bed, you can fit a desk, and you can fit a small dresser. In our bedroom, I have a closet that is this big, because it's an old house. They did not have much clothes. Now, when you put 2 or 3 people in these rooms, do they have privacy? Do they have room for their stuff? Where do they put those things, right? So you're packing them in. Oh, don't forget about all the electronics that are running. I don't know how many times my kids tripped the fuse because old houses have old electrical wiring. We're constantly tripping fuses. Don't know how many times we unclogged the drain. I became an expert in unclogging and drilling in the basement. So there's a lot that goes into that, and there's only 4 of us right now. So it's not that we don't support the recovery, but the conditions and the houses, the way they're built and intended for, are not suitable for large groups like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional testimony in opposition?
Hello, my name is Jason Skold. I live at 2627 Washington Street, about the middle of the block. I've been there with my family since 1998. Hopefully not going to cover a lot of the same things. I know you've heard a lot. I know this started out with kind of here we go again from, I think somebody said that in relation to these houses. So I'm here in opposition to it. I sensed a lot of skepticism, I think, about the application for this accommodation. From what you've heard, I believe that is truly warranted. And I believe it is truly important that this commission denies this at this point, at this stage of things, because the process is starting here. I think it's an important message that this body, in a sense, stops this accommodation right here. I think there's a technical reason to do it. A reason to do it is you've heard the neighborhood say, we're all in support of these people. This is largely a numbers issue. You hear the neighborhood welcome these people, but the number of 12 seems to be quite high. And I think the technicality that I see in terms of the application is, to get this accommodation, they're supposed to document the supporting financial, therapeutic, or other necessity for the accommodation. I don't read that anywhere in the application for this accommodation. So I think basically the application is missing that. Maybe you could pick it up somewhere. I haven't heard any statistics of how 12 is, the ideal number, how 8 is the ideal number, but yet seems to be a high number to do this and nothing to back it up. Nothing on the financial end of it, of why there needs to be this many people with that much money in this house where you already have the codes in place that stop this. Don't know how this isn't, or a group home. They don't supply the therapy or something. I guess I just don't understand the whole process. But this accommodation should be stopped. It should be denied by this commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional testimony in opposition.
Hello, my name is Ron Truba. I live at 2616 Washington Street. I'd like to speak in opposition to this application. The first thing I'd like to address is a couple of the comments that were made earlier. Some of my comments will also be repeats, but I think it's important that you understand that we share some of these same complaints. Coincidentally, I had thought of the idea of selling alcohol without a liquor license and then continuing to sell it while you apply for the liquor license. I think you all recognize the process with the application here that has been flawed, and it seems like there's a clear disregard for the municipal guidelines. I think the attorney that was up here before also tried to minimize the impacts here by talking about a clogged toilet. This is clearly about something more than a clogged toilet. I certainly support the freedom of choice for people to live in good neighborhoods and where they want to live in a home and who they want to be around. To say that this is a family, though, is a bit of a farce. This is not a family. These are not sound accommodations. There's 5 bedrooms. This is not the same as a couple of small kids sharing a room. They're trying to compare to a family only when it's convenient, but why are they encouraging their family members to move out? What happened to their family members' choice to stay there and live? Why are they charging their family members so much rent? Why are they drug testing their family members? Why don't they give their family members air conditioning in their bedrooms? They're saying that the residents say that that's comfortable, but clearly it's a revolving door of people, so you're not supposed to be there long enough for it to get hot, I guess, and complain. I also live in a 100-year-old house like the rest of my neighbors. You need air conditioning. I would imagine you all have air conditioning at your house. If they put window air units in every one of the bedrooms, even if we counted 6 bedrooms, counting the sunrooms, that would be 6 AC units, and I would think that the electrical system would not keep up with 6 window air units running at the same time. This is a private enterprise, as they self-defined, that's seeking profit. They should provide the service at no cost, which was ironically brought up by some other folks who testified earlier, that you can get this service provided at no cost. They're getting close to $9,000 in rent. I'm basing that off of $750 a month per resident times 12 residents. I don't know if that's the exact rate, but that's $9,000 a month in rent at a single family home. I want the gentleman that was in the back who testified, and he was worried about people judging him. I don't judge him. I believe that there are positive outcomes that are produced in rehab programs, and those outcomes are being exploited right now for the purpose of profit. I too have family members who are in substance abuse programs. I ask that you focus on this specific lot and the number of 12 individuals. Ms. Luttrell's example of a hotel being built there, saying that would be a fundamental change or potentially an undue impact on the city. Would the city allow someone to build a 12-bedroom apartment building on that lot? Would they allow them to build a typical storefront business on that lot with no parking lot? This is a narrow lot on the corner of one of the busiest arterials in Lincoln. It's not safe for backing, parking, the dangerous corner that you've heard about, the limited visibility. This application would place a greater burden on utilities, electrical, sewer, parking. The fact that they say parking is assumed to be a problem, I've experienced this problem. People are parking in front of my house that are not the neighbors who have lived in the houses that have been residents for a long time. These are new vehicles, different vehicles that are parking in front of my house now. And if they're required to have jobs, 12 people that have jobs, that's 12 people that needs transportation, whether they have their own cars or someone's picking them up. This is the same reason that the city has rules on businesses or apartment buildings and why they need a certain amount of parking spaces for the occupancy. The cars are parked at a blind corner. More cars with not enough space prohibits snow removal, possibly limited access for large emergency vehicles, a greater demand for city services based on the increased density in that small area. This particular location is not well suited for such a large number of people. It's a fundamental change to the intent of the current zoning and would place an undue burden on the city because of the characteristics of this lot. So, like many people who have testified up here today, I am in support of these types of programs. They should have standards. They should be set up for success. And this particular lot and this particular application for 12 people does not help the people who are trying to be successful in the program, and it does have an impact on the city of Lincoln. Thank you. Any questions for me?
Thank you so much. Additional testimony in opposition.
Kathy Wilkin, 1942 A Street. I'm tired. I know you're tired. I'm going to be really brief. I did not intend to speak. But my heart's pounding and my soul is saying, just stand up there and say what's on your mind. I live at 1942 A, and I now have a therapy house just a few blocks down, a few houses down, and one behind me. And it's kind of like the cracked window theory. Take care of the window or the house falls apart. And I can see what's happening, and I can see the influx. And as I've testified before, I have a lot of people in our family who were impaired with this infliction. Very sympathetic to that. I want them to be okay. I want them to be safe. I want them to be happy. And so we want that, but we don't want the influx. And I can see the impact it's already had on my street. And so you have a great opportunity here, and you have a great responsibility to really think hard about the decisions that you make. Because if one cracked window is left, it's going to be a big problem. And the crack has appeared. And I want you to look into that and think about the decision that you make that will impact the Near South Neighborhood Association, Everett, South Salt Creek, Indian Village, and it spreads. The crack will spread. I want good programs for these people. I want my family to have good treatment. I want them to be safe. So I implore and actually beg you to really, really search the evidence and search how you're going to come up with a solution to this cracked window. Thank you for all you do. You have a tough job. I appreciate it very much.
Any other testimony in opposition? Any other testimony in opposition? Before we go to staff questions, we are going to take a 5-minute break. Thank you.
I second that motion.
Stand up.
I know.
Okay, I think we're ready. Continue with the hearing. At this point, I'm just double checking that there's no more testimony in opposition. Seeing none, do we have staff questions?
Yes.
We do have some staff questions.
Yep.
Tracy, do you want to start?
Sure. First one is, can we verify that the violations are fixed?
Steve Henderson of the Planning Department. Yes, I did contact Building and Safety a number of weeks ago, and they verified that, yes, the other violations had been satisfied.
And then I was looking on the assessor's website, and it says heating and cooling 100%. Now, we've heard testimony several times that they don't have air conditioning, so.
Excellent question. I can't say exactly how the assessor's site does that. I'm assuming that given the hundreds of thousands of assessments they do, they look and see maybe an air conditioner unit, check the box that it has 100% air conditioning. So good question, but I can't really give you more details there.
Okay, those are my two main staff
Okay.
questions.
Dick, did you have a question?
Yeah, Steve, under the Fair Housing Act and such, is there an ability to say this doesn't give people enough individual space and it needs to be a lesser number?
So what I'll say is that, again, your role here is advisory. So you can certainly, in making your recommendation to City Council, could include a different accommodation. If you think that, and this is in the statute too, if you think that something else, that this accommodation, the accommodation requested is not reasonable, but that something else would be reasonable, that could be your recommendation to City Council. And you could certainly get it individually on the record here during voting session or whatever that would end up in the minutes and go to council.
Are either of you aware of any standards that have been applied in other communities to regulate houses such as this and still be compliant with the ADA and
Well, that's
FHA?
a very good question. And actually, I'm going to pass this along to David Carey, because based on the experience from last summer, one of the charges to the Planning Department was to look into this. And I think David could better address that.
David Carey, Director of the Planning Department, 555 South 10th Street. To answer your direct question, yes, there's a whole range. We've done research. There's a whole range of different standards ranging from not regulating to having specific regulations for this use in different cities, different locations. Our research was directed towards looking at trying to see which ones have had the most success with standing up to the federal law.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a mixed bag as well, so I don't have a simple, straightforward answer for you. The other part, I'll also answer a question that might be coming, is that we are working on a package of proposals that is not ready yet, but will be coming forward in some form at some point. As we have seen today, this is a complicated topic. The easy answers aren't there. So it's going to require a community discussion, and it's going to require more work still. But we certainly acknowledge that this is a difficult topic to deal with and to ultimately take action on.
Can I follow up with a question, David? Is part of your analyzation and then a recommendation coming forward would be to try to figure out some system that we aren't seeing these things happen after the fact, that we would have better control of them coming forward before anybody's occupying some facility?
Yeah, I think the focus is more on establishing a workable, fair set of regulations that operators of these types of uses would be able to just look to understand and be able to apply for that approval. I think that's the focus that we're on. We haven't really been focused on any individual situation where you might have an operator already doing business before getting the approval. I think part of what we're discussing is that we have to have a process for approval and some regulations so that they have something to go to. And I think that'll solve a lot of that issue.
And even so, I mean, we have definite processes for approval for several things, and sometimes people still, I'm going to say, like, fall through the cracks and don't realize either they need to
Certainly.
file for this, you know, so that does happen sometimes.
And just so it is clear, we did make it clear that they should apply first for any property. They can purchase the property, but that they, before occupying it, should apply first. There's nothing prohibiting them from applying first. You don't have to go in and operate the facility to then be able to apply. You can apply in advance of operating the facility.
And is there any penalty for not doing so?
No, other than if the city wanted to start action when, immediately to court and saying, well, here's our violations, but that has not been the standard practice of the city when there is a venue for them to get approval. But as you did see, the city quite quickly, after there was a complaint, determined that yes, they were in violation and sent them a letter saying you're in violation, you need to cease operation. That ultimately, with a follow-up letter, then led to the application that is before you today.
Other questions for staff?
Yes. Okay. I have a little bit of a list here. Okay, so when we calculate the number of people that can be in the home, can we make a recommendation to the city council to lower it from 12 to 4, say?
Yes, and that's what we were talking about earlier, is that we would encourage you to state the reasons you think that a different number is more appropriate in terms of what would be a reasonable accommodation at this specific location.
Okay. And then on the concept that was on page 93 of our document and then down through that document where it talks about reasonable certainty the individuals do not pose a threat, recommending satisfactory and reasonable accommodations. But it doesn't permit people to live there that have the disability, but is there a way from some of the testimony we've heard to recommend to the city council the concept of recommending satisfactory accommodations that do not pose a threat? Not saying that people can't live there under the Fair Housing Act. However, how do we say if the threatening aspect of it?
I think that would be difficult for us to enforce. Right. Is that, because we'd have to establish some standard for a follow-up as to what is a threat. Is it somebody who had a conviction of X type of crime? Or is it somebody who there was a complaint, is yelling loud in the backyard a threat? So I think that would be very difficult for us as staff to enforce.
And so from that concept, and this might be the thing that happens when we start talking about how we're going to handle these situations in the future, but and we don't want to fall back on stereotypes. What we're focused though on is making sure that everyone in the neighborhood has the right to fair housing. So possibly looking at jurisdictional aspects or amount of care supervising. I don't know if that's something we can do here today, recommending that.
I would say that whatever you recommend today, I would recommend that you state it with as much clarity as possible so that the city council understands what you're trying to accomplish. I will reinforce what Steve just said, is that some of these things are going to be very difficult to enforce and perhaps are not really may not be the purview of the city of Lincoln necessarily. So we got into that a lot with the transitional living part of the zoning code that we now have, that there's other entities involved in many of these situations. So I would recommend trying to keep it kind of in the lane of what city zoning normally would be handling.
So, because Steve, you're really good at this. So, number 16 on page 97 of the document for today.
In terms of the staff report, which page number is that? Is that page 10 of the staff report? Sorry, I don't have the
No, you're
PDF
okay.
for the whole thing, but on the bottom of the page it should say.
13, page 13. 16, number 16, where we talk about health and safety regulations on the home operator. Conceptually, how do we?
Christy, what document are you looking at?
Yeah,
Sorry.
I thought I
'Cause
was
don't-
on.
You're not, it's not on the staff report.
Am I on one that we read before? That's a good question. 2 seconds. I thought it was on, okay, okay. So it's after, the letter that talks about the housing code violations, and then you go into the Lincoln Municipality Code, and then you go to the Department of Justice letter.
And what number were you looking at? No,
Help
we're
me.
on a different.
We're on a different one? No. it's
Okay,
way-
yes, the
way
Lincoln Municipal Code
okay.
section
Keep
is
going.
page 22 of the 44 pages that are in the staff report.
Okay, so go to page,
22?
page 35? 35, that
Page
one.
35 of 44.
Yeah,
There we go.
thank you. Thank you so much.
Sorry, guys. I was like trying to follow
Oh
along.
my God, all this paper that's on my computer. So I guess those numbers
35?
related to me from what the testimony we've been looking at of activities that are happening in the street, lewd activities, those types of things. Is that something that, and you say, I don't know if I can use the right words, hopefully, but when we move it on to city council, but looking at those comments and questions on how to protect fair housing for everyone in the area.
I would look at the item number 16, which was submitted by the applicant, just to make clear.
Right.
That this would be more of something you would look at as you're trying to set up a new system or new regulations. That in that circumstance, you might set up, well, we think we should look at X, Y, and Z. What I was going to point out is that it's page 10 of the staff report of 44 pages, which is your suggested conditions, findings, so to speak. And so that if you wish to make any changes in your recommendation, you could certainly recommend a denial. The finding of compliance for reasonable accommodation, that's on page 10 of 44 of the staff report. So that's really, if you decide rather than recommending just approval of the 12 or denial, that's where you would be then amending that page, where if you want to say a different number, and if you think there's something additional under A, B, or C that is there. And just for people who are looking at this, these are similar conditions to the other approvals that happened in the summer for the other 3 cases, where if it stops being a sober living facility, this reasonable accommodation doesn't transfer to another type of facility, and that this was very specific to the Michaels house. And so if this facility was sold to, let's even say, the Oxford house, that the Oxford house would need to come back through the process. This is not a transferable item. You're quite used to our special permits and knowing that those run with the land. And if you operate a daycare and you get a daycare approved and you build a facility, you can sell it to anybody else to run a daycare. That is not the case in terms of this request for a reasonable accommodation.
Yeah, we had those on all 3 of the other ones, those
Correct.
2. Okay.
Any other questions for staff?
May I just mention one thing since there are questions about it? There's questions about, engaging in the zoning violation before making the application for the reasonable accommodation. I just want to be clear that while the city has recourse for those zoning violations, without the accommodation in place, building and safety can certainly issue those letters and the prosecution division could prosecute. We typically don't. We typically work with people for all sorts of zoning violations, but that's there. But I would caution you that engaging in that conduct should not be a factor in your consideration of the reasonable accommodation request, because they are entitled to make that request under civil rights law, federal civil rights law.
Okay.
Good clarification.
Law of not submitting an application. Okay. And then my last question is, just to double check, but I'm very confident you've already vetted. This is not a business. This is family housing.
In our zoning ordinance, we treat any facility where people live in the zoning ordinance as a residential use. You can operate it as a business. You might actually get a building permit for a business, when a commercial use, when you go to build an apartment complex. But we treat an apartment complex, not saying that's what this is, but as a residential use in zoning, even though over in the building code, in your building permit, it's a commercial use. And so the similar operation here. Somebody can rent out a house as a business. I can own 10 houses in town and rent them out as a business, but what's going on the site is a residential use.
And it's allowed in this zoning district.
Residential uses are allowed in this zoning district.
Okay.
As the staff report pointed out, this particular use, if it was a group home, did not meet the spacing requirement for the zoning ordinance. They're not asking to be considered a group home, they're asking to be considered a family.
One way to conceptualize it might be that nobody would be here if this home was rented to 2 parents and 10 children, because that would be a single family. So that would not be a business use. Even if if they were charging $9,000 a month rent, it wouldn't be a business.
Abby, while you're here, I just have a question about when an application is made, and if there are assertions made in the letter of application that don't match with the practice, where they said each resident has their own room, which is clearly not what's happening. I'm asking from sorry, I don't really know what I'm asking, other than how do we look at those applications from a legal standpoint if an attorney is making an assertion and then they're not doing that in practice and have stated that today?
So I would look at the application as just one piece of evidence that you are all weighing. That's one piece. Staff's reflection on that is another. All the testimony you heard today is yet another. And that you have the discretion to give whatever weight you want to all of the different evidence that is in front of you. And if you feel like there are discrepancies or inconsistencies, I think you are entitled to adjust the weight you give that part or the whole thing.
Thank you, because that's helpful when I'm thinking about just the fair housing request with the disability is one piece, but the request in making that then stated things like the number, or that there were people on probation, and excluded the parole. I mean, but it is one piece of evidence to take into consideration, which is separate from the fair housing specifically around the definition of a disability, and I understand that. But, okay,
If I could add, if it was not clear in the staff report, as we were reviewing the application, there were 2 things that jumped out at us that were not clear from the letter that was submitted. One is that you're correct. It stated each person had their own room, and how is that possible in a 4-bedroom house according to the assessor's site? And so we emailed them with that question, and they clarified for us that no, each person was not necessarily having their own bedroom. We also asked, the letter didn't specifically clarify, was there a live-in manager? And on the follow-up email, they said, yes, that was the case. So we were basing our review of the application, sorry if we didn't make that clear, that there was a live-in manager and that more than one person was living in a bedroom.
And just for the lawyers in the room, this isn't given under oath or anything. There's no notary, it's not like anyone perjured. I think there are also innocent explanations for, but that's all for
Right,
you
I just
to
was,
weigh.
yeah, okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
Other questions for staff? Yeah.
So I know the city doesn't view this as a group home. They're not requesting to be a group home. Under the Fair Housing and HUD, Fair Housing, ADA, HUD, DOJ, all the initials, don't they group those all the same? If we're asking for a reasonable accommodation to put this number of people in the house under federal law, isn't it still considered under their purview a group home, and we can factor in spacing?
Under the Fair Housing Act, there is no definition of group home in the Fair Housing Act.
Right, so we use that term
Loosely.
And we have it in
It's in our
city
zoning
code.
ordinance.
But under
But
federal.
in this context, if we're looking at what's happening in the federal law,
Right, whether it's a group home or not a group home, they're all viewed the same, and we can take into account spacing.
Well, the spacing requirements for group homes in Lincoln are a function of the zoning code, Title 27 of the Lincoln Municipal Code. And the definition of group home in that same title says there has to be some therapy provided. So they do not meet the definition of group home under city law, which is the law that imposes the spacing requirement. So federal law doesn't say anything about spacing. The Fair Housing Act says nothing about spacing.
Does the building code, though, say something about the amount of people that can be in a home?
Yes.
And
Yes.
that letter we have.
and that's fine.
That's in the staff report that we verified with Building and Safety, that if 12 people were residing in this size of a house, would it violate, in terms of the number of people, the building code? And their answer was no, it would not violate that.
And when I said spacing, I meant neighborhood, like one neighborhood having 5
Oh,
group
okay.
homes in it, is just to clarify, I wasn't talking the size of the house.
I know, it gets confusing with the overlapping areas. You could also make a reasonable accommodation to this, an accommodation request to the spacing requirements in code. So say this applicant, this is not their request, but if they came in and said, actually, we are a group home and we are requesting that you waive your spacing requirements, that would be a legitimate request that they could make. I don't know if it would be granted or not.
But as long as they're a family and not a group home, they could go in right next door, and next door, and next door.
They're asking to be, their request is to be viewed as a family, and so have the family rules apply to them.
So no spacing.
Correct.
So what about the legal concept of slippery slope?
Yeah.
I mean, how does that come into play in that circumstance? I mean, we talk about that all the time.
So it's difficult here because we have to view that as city government. How does this decision affect the next thing? What's hard to balance is that the Fair Housing Act says you should be thinking about this case.
Okay.
The way a judge will look at this will not be what are the consequences for the next 5 applications. Right. A judge would say, what are the consequences here?
But in keeping with what was previously mentioned, and we're talking about the Fair Housing Act, because that's where this definition of family would be changed in this circumstances because of the Fair Housing Act.
Right.
And in the materials that were presented with the staff report, it talks about if there's a situation where a group home seeks a reasonable accommodation to exceed the number of unrelated persons who are permitted to reside together, the Fair Housing Act does not prevent state or local governments from taking into account concerns about the over-concentration of group homes. So we are talking about this instance and whether this is a family, and if we can distinguish as to why or why not, or whether there is that therapeutic value on the one side, and then looking at the fact that if it were a group home, it wouldn't qualify because of conditions of the number of group homes in the area, those two things seem to be able to be considered together to decide how we can, whether there really is a therapeutic value to the number of unrelated people living together and whether it should be considered a family. Are you following me?
Yes.
Am I making sense?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
The hard thing is where do you, because there is case law out there on that concentration, and that gets to fundamental alteration of the zoning code. If you,
Correct.
you know,
Right.
when does that happen?
Right.
Is it this case? Is it this house that's the tipping point that creates the overconcentration? Is it the last one? Is it the next one? And for our purposes, we just want to make a good record of, if that's what we think, make a good record of why we think that this is the one.
Understood.
But it also gets to, I think all of this touches on the therapeutic value too. That
Yes.
a lot of this could be, you know, lined up in a way to support whichever direction you go.
Great.
That's
Thank
not
you so
entirely
much.
clear.
Other questions for staff at this point? Okay. Thank you so much. And we are at applicant rebuttal.
Ryan Watson, 2120 South 72nd Street. A representative for the applicant.
Can you
Thank
get
you.
closer to the mic, please?
Sure. Thank you again for having me up here. I apologize for the misperception that was given in our initial letter that every member had their own room. As an attorney, I'm going to go back to my office with some shame in that one, because it wasn't my intention to mislead you with that. The idea was to convey that they had a room in shared communal spaces, and so my apologies for that. I will touch on rebuttal, just a few things as they were generally conveyed by the opposition. But I think one thing that's important to kind of understand, and that I've hit on over and over, is that I think we really have to look through this with the lens of, is this any different with a family? Is it any different with a family? We look at this house, and there was a lot of concerns about the health and safety accommodations of putting 12 people in this home. It seemed like there was a lot of concern expressed on behalf of the client's own welfare. And that's fantastic, but I think we have to think about, my mother was born in 1952. She came from a family of 10 other children. That house existed through the baby boomer years. That house was occupied by that. I don't know if that specific house was, but that house and houses of similar size in that neighborhood were made through the baby boomer generation when that many people occupied those homes. So I don't think we can simply look at the number of occupants and consider that a problem. And so I just think it's kind of important to keep that practical point in mind. The other issue is we were really enlightened to hear from the Kia house. Unfortunately, I think they weren't very clear about the differences between the two operations. They operate largely on governmental funding. From our understanding, there's no way, and I think there was an admission up here, there's no way that their operations exist just on the self-pay funds from parole. They don't. In a perfect world, we would love to have that operation. We would love to have that funding to do it. So it seems behind me, to your right, you have a group of people who simply don't want them in the neighborhood. They want them to be helped. They certainly respect them. They want them to be helped. They want the best for them. They just don't want it in their neighborhood. And then on the other side over here, we have another group of people who wanted the best for these people, and who have a perfect way in which they should be supported. You don't have anything in between. And that's, as kind of a private enterprise, I think what's important to focus, there's also a lot of concern that was presented to this commission about the numbers that are being thrown around for rent and the motive for profit. This is a huge risk. This is a ginormous risk that nobody else really seems to be taking, okay? And I think it's just important that if, as those concerns are levied to you, that I just make the point to you as well that somebody has a lot on the line for this as well. Okay? There's big risk involved in that. There's big costs involved with that. You heard from Travis and Duane. When they show up, they don't have sheets. They don't have pillows. They don't have mattresses. They don't have any of those things. Those things all have to be supplied. So I want to kind of keep that top of mind for the commission as well. But again, I will just kind of wrap this up briefly. What we are asking for is to be treated like a family. We're asking for the same opportunity to reside in this neighborhood like anybody else. The only difference that stops them from doing that is a shared bloodline. That's it. That is it. And we're just asking you to remove that obstacle for them. I'll conclude, unless you have any additional questions.
I have a couple. Is Michael's House accredited?
Accredited for?
Well, when Kia and Hani were here, they were talking about they were accredited. I'm wondering if Michael's House is accredited?
Well, my understanding, I don't know what they were assuming that they were accredited for. I got the impression from their testimony that they run a larger, kind of more comprehensive mental health operation than we do. Our goal is to provide just one facet of the services they provide, not everything there. So we are not an accredited mental health organization, and we are not an accredited treatment provider either. Those things go above and beyond kind of what we're doing. And frankly, the way the finances work, we would not be able to do that without receiving grants and everything else, some government accommodations like their operation does.
Another question is, so does Michael House allow visitors?
I'll defer to Mr. Corrado regarding that specific policy.
And Michael Corrado, 6607 Maple Street, Omaha, Nebraska. No, we do not allow visitors in the house unless it's we do allow tours, like family members or wives, but we do not allow visitors.
I'm curious as to what the reasoning is behind that.
Because there's lots of reasons. For one, the safety of visitors. A lot of our clients like to be private and don't want people to know where they live, and they don't want it to be public. There's a reason why we don't put it on our website. Also, they could be friends to, let's just say it, drug dealers. Well, hey, there's a house with 10 people that have addictions. Let's go there. So there's a bunch of reasons why. But we don't. If you guys ever wanted to visit, more than welcome to. We have officers there almost, more than once a week. But as opposed to visitors that just come and go, no.
Yeah, the reason why I'm asking is when we're having undesirable activity out front in parked cars, that could be alleviated by letting the visitors in the house. And so the reasons that you just gave, I mean, I understand, but they're already having people drop them off. They're already meeting friends outside the house, and I don't see any difference. And so I encourage you to maybe revisit that, because I think that would be a huge difference to the neighborhood.
Well, it's a struggle because they want to be treated as a family, but they don't want to be treated as a family.
Yeah, I mean,
and it's hard to know which part of that wins out in this conversation of what's best.
Yeah.
And that leads me to my next question, because if I were to witness that activity in front of my house and it was someone that lived on the street, say my 14-year-old neighbor or whatever, I don't even know if I have a neighbor that's 14-year-olds. If I saw that happening, I would go and talk to their parents and let them know. But in this case, and I think this is a lot of the frustration with the neighborhood, they don't know who to go talk to. They don't have anyone responding or in timely enough fashion. And so that is where that frustration is coming from the neighborhood. And so I think if they had a point of contact that would respond in a timely manner, that a lot of those complaints would go away.
I understand the concern, and sorry that, of course, sorry that happened with that particular instance. I mean, like I said before, we sent a letter to the neighbors, and it had 5 phone numbers on it. And I'm not sure if any of them called any of those numbers. I do know that the probation officer called parole officer, and I believe it was Jordan, and Jordan took care of it immediately, and we took care of it immediately. But a lot of the instances that were brought up today, us in back, don't know about that, don't know about that. I mean, we have 5 phone numbers. We have an email address on there. I have on our website, we have a grievance. Any type of grievance you want to type it in there, it goes directly to us. I mean, I believe Dean's email, the report that he sent in, he listed how many times he talked to probation and parole. I mean, it's 30, 40, 50 times. I don't think that's the reason. Communication is definitely there.
I think with that particular issue too, there are some limitations as to what Michael House can do in that regard. That may be, knowing of that incident may, I think, cause a revision of any kind of policies that can be addressed there. But in that sense, I mean, we are asking to be treated like a family, but we're not asking to be treated like children either. I mean, these are adults in that sense, and they should still be treated like adults and still have the same expectations as adults would. And so, frankly, I mean, I have 4 young children, ages 10 to 2. If I saw that in my neighborhood, I wouldn't go to anybody's door. I would just call the police. And there may be some reluctance to do that because you don't want to cause problems with your neighborhood, but we're not asking neighbors to really tolerate illegal behavior. We're not condoning illegal activity here. That's not what we're here to do, and we don't want to send that message at all. But if we were contacted in that evening, I mean, looking at it from a legal perspective from them, I think it would be difficult for them to really have a whole lot of other enforcement mechanisms other than just evicting them right there. We can't bring them into the house under custody or any kind of form like that. Our methods of dealing with that are to simply disassociate them from the house. And I think that may be cause to look at that policy a little bit closer to see if behavior like that would be cause for dissociating them with the house or evicting them, for lack of a better term.
I'm having problems with that because you say don't treat us like children, but we've heard that a lot of these individuals are coming out of prison or other such facilities, and they might have gone in at an early age, and so they haven't been taught appropriate behavior in a neighborhood setting or, those types of things. So in essence, I think we do have to treat them as children and teach them what's normal. And it's not acceptable to be fornicating out on the street in a car, and especially just give someone a thumbs up sign when she knocks on the window to tell you this isn't okay. That's not acceptable. And I think that part of this type of living situation is to provide that training. And how to be a good neighbor type of situation. And the transient nature of the house is leading to some problems with that because, if you have a neighbor, they're living there hopefully for longer than a couple of months, and you would only have the conversation once with them, hopefully, and they would kind of learn this is not acceptable, this is type of thing. But they're having to repeat that conversation over and over because of the transient nature of the house, and so this is creating problems. So you're wanting both sides, and that's really hard for us.
I guess to respond to that in a sense, I think what you're discussing though is kind of epitomizing the need of why we need more than simply 3 unrelated individuals here to kind of help police each other in that behavior. Because the behavior that you're talking about doesn't simply, I don't think that we can say that absolutely goes away if there's only 3 or 4 people in the home. That could certainly still occur. But by having a numerous amount of people at the home, you kind of go through a series of transitioning through seniority. And you have the more senior ones till the more junior ones in the home. This behavior is not acceptable. or you better clean that up. And ideally, it's identified and rectified before the neighbors notice, much like a family would. You know, you'd have the older brother telling the younger brother, you can't go around doing that. You're going to get us in trouble. So in that sense, that's kind of the similar nature. That's the value that comes with these people living together, is that they can somewhat police each other from doing that. Is it going to be perfect? No. Are we still going to have some incidences? Yes. But again, I'll go back to, you're still going to have those issues if you have a family of 10 children and 2 parents. You could still have those issues if you have a home with only 3 or 4 individuals in there. So the accommodation that we're asking for, I don't think changes that.
It might be for you. I can't pronounce your last name. I'm sorry. I'm going to screw it up, so I just won't say it. What's your longest resident currently in that house? Oh.
5 months.
And it's only been in operation for 6, right? Is that correct?
I guess as sitting up here in our position, the challenge that I face in my one vote is the concept of our job is to say, can this be more than 3, based on some of the things that we're talking about, like should 1 bedroom be the manager so that person can really regulate what's going on in the house. So for right now, should we make a motion that says it should be 6 people versus 12 people because there's 4 bedrooms, 1 becomes operational for your manager because you need to have somebody helping everyone in that house. And then in the future, you come back and say, hey, we got this now, and we would really like to go after that 12-person home, and the neighbors all support that because you've worked through this transitional period. So as a planning commissioner, I'm all in on the Fair Housing Act, all those types of things. I'm challenged with the situation that you've put yourself in the last 6 months by not being forthcoming in the application process. And now the neighbors, there's a challenge there that we're viewing. We don't know the situation. We haven't been living with the situation like you all have. So help me understand why I should support 12 people versus a manager and 6 people. You know, that's my thinking as I sit here and listen.
Certainly. Well, I think one would kind of cause us to review that is I think that would not make this financially viable. That creates a whole nother issue, but that right there, we're talking about using that number of people because otherwise this does not become financially viable. And I would just, that's the primary purpose. Ideally, would we love to give them more space? Sure. Would we love to give them a bigger house? Sure. But you have to, I mean, this doesn't work because it's not funded by anybody else but the clients and Mr. Corrado.
Okay, and I totally get where you're coming back financially because a lot of us work in the private industry as well as serve publicly. And a lot of the decisions that we unfortunately have to make as a public body make no financial sense sometimes. So I get where you're coming from. I got you. And so talk to me a little bit more about the concept of safety, management, therapy. And I totally get the money. I totally understand that. But I need to be able to grab a hold of something that is fair housing for everyone. Mentally, for me, I'm one vote.
Well, that's kind of also where I'd refer to, and I made this assertion kind of in my opening statement too. We can count on parole and probation. Those officers are doing their job. They've been tasked with doing that job, and I think we should trust that they are doing that job. As planning kind of led on, and unfortunately with a hearing like this, it makes it seem like all the pressure is on this body to solve this problem. I don't think that's really the case. This body's just tasked with making this recommendation to the city council or not. I think we have to trust that parole and probation are going to do their jobs. They are not going to put parolees and probationers in places that are not going to work. There's not a financial incentive for parole or probation, to my understanding, to work with Mr. Corrado.
Mm-hmm.
the only incentive there is to make sure that they're doing their jobs and they're doing it correctly as they were trained to do. So if we look at the safety piece of that, I think that's one area that we can count on. And frankly, if there's any kind of disruption at Mr. Corrado's house, they know exactly where to go. And they know who to, and in that sense, I think there's probably more eyes on this from a public safety perspective than there would be on just 12 related persons living together in a home. So to address the concerns of safety, I think that's one of them. Ideally, maybe it could get to a situation where, I guess I'm just trying to think if there is a little bit more, what we could do from a policy perspective of simply making non-escalated reactions a little bit faster. And what I mean by that is, we really appreciate that not every neighbor wants to necessarily call 911 every time. That's great. I don't know if there's a pager system or something to that, or if we can try to create our own emergency line to try to address those issues. That's something that maybe we would have to focus on. But now, from our perspective, I mean, we think that the safety issue is more of a theoretical concern than a practical one.
Any other questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I do. You were mentioning that when people arrive, they don't have anything with them. They don't have sheets, you mentioned a mattress, whatever. And Michael House provides all of those things in the house. It's listed under the amenities, as is parking, but I understand that that's for all of them. But when a client leaves, do they get to take any of those things with them?
I'll defer to Mr. Corrado or Christian on that policy.
What?
You come up to
I'm
the
sorry,
mic,
we
please.
can't hear you.
We do provide that stuff for them, and they do take it with them when they leave. Also, a lot of guys that are coming, they don't have anything, so we provide hygiene. If they don't have food and they can't make it, we can't get them to the food pantry right away, we go to the grocery store and we buy them the basic needs, essentials. So there is a lot of things that we do provide for them, just out of the box.
Is that included in the $750 rate, or is that
No.
they pay extra for that stuff?
Well, it's included in the rate, but yeah, I mean, it doesn't.
Whenever they start paying.
Yeah, so.
Okay, thanks. That was one of my questions. And then, Chrissy, when you were asking about the number, and if there is a therapeutic reason for the number to be larger than small, you said, no, it's profit. And so then that gets me to the question of if Fair Housing Act is because it's people with disabilities who need therapeutic benefit, I still didn't hear an understanding of the therapeutic benefit. What I heard was the numbers were based on the profit benefit.
Well, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity to clarify on that. From a therapeutic perspective, I think it simply just works better if you have more, because there's simply more overlap. I think DeWanna testified to the extent of, if somebody goes to work, there's somebody else that's there. We want them to go to work, but we still kind of want, if people are not working, we don't want them to just sit in the house alone by themselves. 2 people to a room makes a lot of sense. You have teammates. And in a house like this, we have 5 bedrooms upstairs. We have 1 on the main floor for the staff. That's easily 10 to a room right there. Or I mean, that's easily 10 in those rooms. So in that sense, we're getting to 12 because in theory we could have 2 people in the master bedroom or maybe make some other accommodation. But what we're asking for is not too far off from the maximum there.
If I could touch a little bit more on the therapeutic community aspect, I was kind of nervous and anxious before. We do a lot of programming within the house. I come down every Thursday night. I have a 13-hour work day. I come down. I'm doing programming with them. Like I said, we do financial literacy programming with them. I teach MRT, moral recognition therapy. Also, we have a weekly house.
Can you say that again? What's MRT stand for?
Moral recognition therapy.
The first word, I'm sorry.
Moral.
Moral.
Sorry.
Okay. Goes back to what you were talking about, so that they learn how.
Be a good neighbor.
Yeah, how to
Right,
be a good neighbor.
absolutely. We have mandatory house meeting, where I'm also present every week. And we go over accountabilities, we go over everything in the house, we talk about what we're struggling with, what we're succeeding at, you know, because we like to celebrate positive things and help build each other up. Not only do the housemates hold each other accountable, I hold them accountable as well. But they are very good at being.
And I understand the
Yeah.
programming that you're offering, and I think that's great. I applaud the work. That was just, my question was if there was any therapeutic benefit between having 4 or 12.
No,
So,
and I think to go back to that though, 2 to a room makes a lot of sense in the way that it operates. You know when people are sneaking out. You know when people are coming home too late or are acting funny.
okay, so then thank you. My other question then is, when we were talking about the safety here just a bit ago, and you were saying that people had a reluctance to call 911 and that you would call the police. So then the concern to me is that if we're saying, well, let's go from 5 to 12, does that then create an undue burden on the city because you're telling the neighbors they should be calling 911 if there's a problem?
Well, that sounds like I don't know that how that would create an undue burden on the city as a whole, because that assumes that action is just never going to take place anywhere. They may simply just go 3 blocks down. So I think from the city's perspective as a whole, it would be a wash either way.
Okay, I don't have any other questions.
Any other questions for the applicant? Anything else for us?
That would conclude. I just thank you for the opportunity, and I would ask you to approve the requested accommodation. Thank you.
Thank you.
I move to close public hearing.
Second, Joy.
Shelley?
Campbell,
Yes.
Core,
Yes.
Edens,
Yes.
Joy,
Yes.
Rodenberg,
Yes.
Ryman Yost,
Yes.
Edgerton.
Yes.
Public hearing closed.
We're getting squirrely in the afternoon.
Is there a motion?
I'd rather do a little discussion before a motion.
We need to
we
make
have
a
to have a
motion
motion
and then
first.
have discussion.
We have to have the motion and the second.
The motion, and then you can.
I will move to, if no one else is going to move, I'll jump in. And I will, what is this called?
I've lost track.
22014.
I will move to deny the finding of reasonable accommodation.
Second, Core.
Discussion.
I'll start.
Go ahead.
I really have incredible respect for everyone that is in recovery and working daily to maintain their sobriety. I recognize that we have a huge need for adequate services to create communities that are inclusive and restorative. We clearly need criminal justice reform in this state, but that is not what we are here to decide. We can't set those policies. But I do have concerns with this application. The timing, my concerns are not with their mission to assist people in recovery. I am supportive of that. I have concerns about how this has moved through the process. I have concerns about the lack of evidence that there is an increased therapeutic benefit for more people. And I have concerns about because this applicant had gone through this process before and knew what it was, not then applying for this one until they were then once again called out. I just have some concerns with this creating this slippery slope of putting more burden on this neighborhood. So I also think that it's worth having a conversation about whether or not this is should be looked at as a transitional living facility versus a sober living facility.
I want to second a lot of your points and clarify. I'm just going to talk. So the issues I came up with on this one is that the Near South neighborhood has their share. There is multiple homes within a half-mile radius. Now, I don't know where in the legalese the half mile has been called out on federal terms, but it's in there somewhere. Somebody can do the research to find out where that half mile is referred to, and I can't remember if it was a previous lawsuit that's been settled. but there is grounds to deny a reasonable accommodation if it is changing the feel of a neighborhood because you're concentrating so many within this neighborhood, and I think this neighborhood has their share because of their large single dwellings. The number in the house didn't affect me that much. I was a foster parent for a lot of years. I'm going to put that out there. I was licensed for 8. I had 2 adults, and my house is a heck of a lot smaller than that one. And yes, we did have to replace our sewer pipe, so be prepared. So that didn't affect me as much as just there's no parking on this location. There's no place to be dropped off. Even though they say these people, that the residents of this home don't have cars, they also stated the next time that they're working towards getting all of their driver's licenses. That means they're going to be driving, they're going to need a place to park their cars, and I think that's great. They should have a driver's license. Do not rely on public transportation in Lincoln, Nebraska, if you have a labor job. There's no parking. There's not even a safe place to drop residents off and pick them up because a fire hydrant is the only spot in front of that house. And there are grounds to deny a reasonable accommodation based on the fact there's just simply not enough parking to house a family with that many adults. Those were my 2 things. This neighborhood's had enough and there's not enough parking. The rest of the things, I think they're providing a great thing. I will say that if you're going to put a house like this in, reach out to that neighborhood organization. We have one coming into our neighborhood, and I'm kind of excited. They've already reached out to the neighborhood organization. They want their people to be in our neighborhood organization. They want to volunteer in our events. That does a huge just perception walking in the door. Yes, they're coming out of prison. Yes, they deserve a second shot. But to be part of my neighborhood, to be part of my family, which is my entire neighborhood, that's how you do it. I also think families live together for long periods of time, even doing foster care. Yeah, we had a few that were just a couple days here and there, but for the most part, those kids stayed, and they stayed for a long time, up to years. This is definitely a few months and we're out. We want to move on. That's more transitional than what family looks like. Those were my comments.
I also will be supporting the motion to deny. There's just too many loose edges to this. I think that I question whether 12 adults should be in that kind of a housing environment. I question the lack of proper bathroom facilities for 12 adults. I totally respect the mission of the Michael House, but since they've been before us twice, and both of their other requests were for taking it up to 4 individuals in a house, this is a little different than that situation. And they know the Lincoln codes, and they should have abided by the Lincoln codes. And as you had indicated, gone to the neighbors before they ever got to us. I think they have a good mission, and I will totally support this transitional housing approach, sobriety. I believe in it fully, but I just don't think we've got the right package put together here.
Anyone else?
I'm also going to vote yes to deny, and again implore the planning staff and legal to come up with some guidelines for the future so we don't have to do this over and over and over again.
Yeah.
I will be supporting the motion. However, I would like to have them work again with staff to come up with a solution that works with what you've been doing. If that's a 4-bedroom home and those types of things, I'm still leaning towards that. And I understand the financial challenges of that, but this type of situation can happen and should be able to happen in a neighborhood. It's fair housing. It's a sober living complex. We're kind of I'm more of approving based on that it doesn't feel like the right fit yet on numbers based on the site and the home, and we need to vet that out and have everybody work together and come up with a motion that may, and if it's 10 people and a manager. Whatever it just feels like 12's too hard for the situation we're in today.
And I'd like the neighborhood association to be part of that discussion.
Oh, yeah, that would be great, yeah.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, I think that I'm going to support the motion to deny. I didn't hear a clear, I heard somewhat of a reason that 12 residents is more therapeutic than, say, 5, but I really think it's profit driven, which kind of gives me some pause, because this is supposed to be helping people assimilate back into society. And I applaud you for doing that work, and I think we need more places like that. And everyone, Cindy said it much better than I did. But so that's one concern that I have. The site is difficult. This is a really tight site with the 27th Street and the driveway right off of 27th Street and the fire hydrant right there on Washington. It's just very difficult for this particular site. But I also struggle with, I'm not sure, when I think of a family, I think of people moving in and out every 6 months. I mean, if they're family members, they're with you longer than that. And so I think that kind of disregards the family definition. And so that really, those couple of things really just make me not support this. I would, to me, a successful application would mean that you're not getting complaints from the neighbors. There's not this huge strife. And I totally disagree. These neighbors are not opposed to this idea. They're open to having it in their neighborhood. It's just that there's been so many problems at this location. And that is problematic for us. Like I said before, because I think that this is very important. If it's a family and you're having problems, you go talk to mom and dad. And I'm not really sure who mom and dad are in this situation. I applaud you for going out and doing that flyer before you did this. That is a definite step in the right direction. But it's something still missing here, and I'm not really sure why we're not connecting, but that's part of the puzzle we have to figure out here yet, for this particular site especially.
I think we've all kind of picked up on different things. For me, it's a little bit more cut and dried. I honestly just don't feel like the applicant has submitted evidence that shows that there is an appropriate benefit in terms of the number of people that they have requested to be living in this facility, in this home. Yes, 12 people in a family could live in this home, but we are talking about 12 unrelated adults who cycle through on a pretty regular basis, and I struggle with that definition as family. We are not preventing people with disabilities from living in this home. People with disabilities could live in this home at a lower number than the 12 that's been presented. And I just don't feel like they have met their burden to demonstrate that there has been a therapeutic value for the 12 people. Those reasons just weren't part of the record. They weren't presented today. They certainly weren't part of the application. In addition to that, we talked about the 8 factors that are kind of out there that we have to look at in determining whether we would provide a reasonable accommodation. And in addition to that, not determining whether it's therapeutically necessary, I also do believe that there is an undue burden on the city. This facility, this home has been open for 6 months, and there have been 5 calls. I think that is unusual for any family to have gotten 5 calls in the first 6 months that they're in a neighborhood. And I think would that be dispersed through the city? Well, that makes the argument completely, illusory. I mean, we're going in a circle if that's what we're saying. In this instance, I believe it does present an undue burden on the city. It's certainly an undue burden on the neighborhood. There it just feels like we are making a farce of our zoning laws if we were to allow this to move forward. And with that record, I must support the motion to deny. Shelley, will you call the vote, please?
Campbell.
Yes.
Core.
Yes.
Edens.
Yes.
Joy.
Yes.
Rodenberg.
Yes.
Ryman Yost.
Yes.
Edgerton.
Yes.
Motion to deny carried 7-0.
At this time, anyone wishing to speak on an item not on the agenda, please don't do so. But you may, if you really want to. Other than that, I will take a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second, Joy.
Shelley?
Campbell.
Yes.
Core.
Yes.
Edens.
Yes.
Joy.
Yes.
Rodenberg.
Yes.
Ryman Yost.
Yes.
Edgerton.
Yes.
We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Well said, Tracy.